Hey guys, I'm here. There's no Zach, so I had to call in a couple favors. So with me, I got the wonderful, the comic book historian, Eric Breen.
You know that 30 seconds is a great jumping off point.
Why didn't you jump off then? Jeez, I'll put you back here on stage.
If we didn't have our next guest, everybody'd be gone.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't skip us. Hey, Skip.
Couldn't skip out on YouTube. What's up, everybody? How's it going?
All right.
If
I know
we're here, I'd have all three of my sons.
You'd have the twins here, plus me.
Yep.
I feel like
you just got to suffer us two.
I feel like Fred McMurray. Yeah, got Rob, the other one, but we're missing Chip.
No, sadly Rick Jones couldn't join us tonight. We had to have the other better version, Mr. Skip Marvel.
Hello.
What's he doing in the chat then?
Begging for scraps. Yes, he was replaced tonight. All right. For those who are just joining us, hello. Today is Thursday. Yesterday we got our comic books. Hopefully we all read them. I know I read mine.
We're here for what?
What for? As X says.
For what?
For what? The best books of the week. All right.
Do any of them involve that web-headed, wall-crawling, skyscraper defacing, cake-eating? Damn, I think I remember all these.
Skyscraper, that wall crawling, skyscraper defacing, mass menace, hubcap stealing.
Hubcap stealing, yes.
Is the other one. Spider-Man.
Yes.
Yes, that's a little bit of Chera for you. Eric Breen has pretty much coined how to read that characters now. So whenever I read anything that has to do with, it's always elegant. When I get to some of the side characters, it's always Eric Breen's voice in my head. It's just when we get to the weird alien noises, then it's always Zach. All right. Hello to everyone here. Ash, you are second. Marani, you're first. That's because I think Marani just waits, and then finally sees the link. Boom! She's right there, which is awesome because I love loyal, followers, subjects too, But she's saying Iron Cat is not bad. I'm giving it at least one more issue before I decide if it's hitting the marks or not. My question is, are you picking up the book, or are you reading it online? I imagine she's probably buying the book, right? Then again, I read most books online and then buy them myself because I like the format easier. Alrighty. Iron Cat is greater than Ash on Comics, says Ash, 1138. Well, we got that troll back again. Let's wait for Ash on Comics. Undead Quinn, hello to you. Who's the one being late? That's me, always. He says, I read my stack. And then we're saying Ash on Comics is greater than Iron Cat. We're getting a little argument right there. Hello to Zach. That's all you get. See you later. Ash, okay. I did invite Ash on tonight, but he says he didn't read his books tonight. But still, man, even if you didn't read your books, come on.
Yeah, we could use some mainstream representation. Somebody represent the big two.
Sir, it's almost criminal that you're not here.
I actually got that reference.
I realize that not everybody can be as indie as Skip and myself, but
I mean, we are NDAF after all.
We are. Yes, we are.
As long as you're not NFTs.
Not so much.
All right. And Marania says, that wall crawling, skyscraper defacing, hubcap stealing, cake eating. Oh, they have to yell this? I want to yell.
No.
Can't we just clip Puppetine yelling? Probably should do that.
That would be awesome.
I'm probably going to do that. Every time we say Spider-Man, it's just going to clip it.
Because no one does it like him.
Nobody does it better.
Makes me feel sad for the rest.
Right. All right. So for those who are just tuning in, what we do here, we talk about the best books of the week. And if you are following us on Tuesdays, we talk about, me and Zach take 5 books from our pull list, which we think are going to be the best books of the week that we personally are going to like. So here's a follow-up. I'm going to see if my top 5 from this Tuesday made it into my top 5 for today. All right. Since I'm the host, I think I'll let you guys decide who wants to go show off their 2 books.
I figured I'd wait till we get to number 2.
Oh, okay. You want to do that?
I have NAs next to 5, 4, and 3.
Skip, do you have how many do you have this week?
I have a full 5.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
But a few of mine, since I wasn't able to make it down to my LCS, a few of mine are from last week, but I didn't hear anybody talk about them last week.
That's okay.
But yeah, I guess I can go first. I will go with
Hold on. Are you showing off, or are you going camera adult this week?
I
You don't have to if you don't want to. You can just list the names.
Yeah, give me some time to go camera. I'll go camera sometime during this thing. But issue number 1 is, or excuse me, first I have issue number 1 of Mindset. This one is by Zach Kaplan. I forget Pearson's first name. I think it's John Pearson. I'll double check. And then Atmain Alahau did the lettering. I got the this is from Vault Comics, and because unlike RDV, I actually like Danny. I got the Danny cover.
I like looking at Danny. I just don't like looking at art. I can't help it.
Oh, okay, well then we'll split the difference. I get RDV does like Danny, just not. I like Danny twice as much as him.
To be fair, I've only seen her art on 1 book, so I haven't seen anything else. I just didn't think it fits for what I was
Who is
reading.
this Danny?
The backup of Zdarsky's are run, right?
Rumby.
Ron V's Detective Comics tonight,
Mhm.
which is actually in my pile here. But,
Is this a person?
she's an artist. She does
and
she does a backup story in this.
and she's like hot in real life. Is that
Look her up.
Danny strips.
Danny?
I know it's Google image, bro. Google image.
How does she spell Danny?
DANI.
Yeah.
All right.
All you gotta do is just have the Google image search on when you look, and then tell me if you get the correct image or not. Probably don't show it on air.
But yeah, anyway, yeah, this book is really good. It's pretty interesting. It's about a guy in the tech industry, goes through, like, it kind of starts with him being interrogated as if he had like killed someone, and then as he's pleading his innocence, they kind of go back to the beginning, and it shows him going through kind of a school in Silicon Valley. And ultimately what happens is he's in this program where they're checking to see what impulses does the body respond to up until a point where they may do things involuntarily. And the initial idea that he has is for this application to help people be a better version of themselves. But every venture capitalist that he tries to sell it to, all they think about is how they can monetize it and use it for marketing. So he, and he bucks against that. That's not what he wants to do. He wants to genuinely help people with technology, believing in the idealized vision of gosh, I forget the CEO or the guy that was at Intel. I should have brought it up. But anyway, but kind of believing in the vision that he initially had for Silicon Valley, which turned Silicon Valley from a bunch of area with tons of orchards and a few colleges to the booming business that it is today out in California. But he turns down all the offers. Nobody wants to do it for altruistic reasons. And then ultimately he's going to hang out with some friends that got invited to like a big party for some guy who recently just got like his application picked up by a VC. And in the process of like right before he does that, he gets a call from his teacher because he's getting ready to graduate, reminding him like, hey, you missed a lab. And if you miss this lab, then you fail this class. And if you fail this class, then you don't graduate. And of course, out in Silicon Valley, that's a big sin. And especially for his family, because his family is like one of those well-performing families that is more about appearance than they are about, like true love and care. So he's stressing out. He finds a TA. He goes through like multiple TAs, eventually finds one that is willing to let him into the lab so he can do this lab, because his teacher said that you can have it turned in by the morning. And when he goes in and he does it, the lab that he chooses, because he can choose one that will take him longer and one that'll be shorter. The one that's shorter is kind of like, those tests that you can go and do where you sign up for it and you don't know what you're taking. You don't know how it'll affect your body, but, like you get compensated for it. Well, he goes for that test and you sit in front of this machine and it flashes a bunch of lights at you and some sounds. And he sits and he goes through it and he does it. And he doesn't, like he almost kind of sees like life as a whole. Some people that take
hallucinogenics.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they see like the life pattern and all of that stuff and how we're all connected. So that happens to him. And when he comes out of it, he has this habit that he never does, but he involuntarily does it. And he's like, what the heck? So to test it out, he runs back into the lab. The TA is still there, and he kind of reconfigures it a little bit. And he tells his friends to sit down in front of it. And it goes by in like less than a second. And then when they stand up, he tells them, hey, hold your keys and don't drop your keys at all. And they're like, okay. And then he tells them, drop your keys. And all of them drop their keys at the same time. So he's find out through technology effectively with some of the research he's done for the app that he wanted to do, how to control minds.
So what's the name of this book again? So I'm going to show it off.
It's called Mindset by Vault Comics.
I'm trying to see where it is on Comic Geeks.
If you go to the search function, you can see it, or I can share my screen. I found it.
Or he found it. Okay. I mean, I was just to see if is this from this week or is it from like last week? You said, right?
It's from last week.
That's why I'm not seeing it. I was like, man, it sounds cool, but I'm like, I have no idea where it is.
Oh wow! If they actually let me, okay.
Yeah, so at least for people who are like coming in, can actually like.
All right. Can you see the screen? I'm not sure if it's showing it.
Yeah, that's a horrible screenshot. What are you doing with me?
This must be where Venkman was giving me a headache.
Is it like tripling? Yeah. See, I don't think it's letting me actually show it. Yeah, because I went over to it, but
you're still on the YouTube right now.
Oh, yeah. It's got me over on YouTube. Okay, yeah, that's weird. I think it just won't let me show the screen that I was intending to show. So. Oh well.
I'll go right back. It's from last week, you said?
Yeah. Or you can just, if you hit the search feature, it'll let you just type it in. So you can just type in mindset and it'll just show it to you. Unless I can get back over there and show it pretty quick. But above all, like Pearson's art was super good in it, like really incredible. If for people who read Department of Truth, it kind of does remind me of Martin Simon's art, where it's like very colorful but kind of scratchy. The covers, all of the covers were good, and Jacob Phillips, who Breen might be into that. Jacob Phillips did a really, really cool variant cover for the series that I am super interested in. I'm trying to find a copy of it. If I can get that and Danny's and I like the cover A so much. I'm like, dang, I wanted to get the cover A. So I have two other covers waiting for me at my LCS.
Yeah, I was actually reading that Texas Blood for the first story arc, so I'm familiar with his art.
Yeah.
So here's
he's better at this point in his career than his dad was, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. I would agree. Absolutely.
All right. So this is cover B up there right now. They show Martin Simmons cover.
Yes, I believe that. Yep, that's the Simmons cover. And then the cover A is right down there. Like the cover that I got is the red one. That's Danny. And the blue one is Pearson.
That looks a lot better than what I saw in the back of Detective Comics run came out this week.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it would make sense. Of course, like most artists, their interiors usually aren't as good as their covers. Usually, I would say with the exception of Martin Simon. Simon's is pretty.
I'd say John Byrne too.
Burn. That's fair. Yeah.
All right. So, but yeah, it sounds very trippy. How inside the covers, man.
It's pretty trippy and even above like the concept, because I'm into like trippy cerebral concepts like that. The way that the story laid out, it was paced very well. The script is good. I'll always do a check as for, do characters have their own voice, and is the pacing good? The page turns, do they make sense? And everything is laid out extremely well. I haven't read a lot of Kaplan's comics. He did do a comic with a buddy of mine that I think it was called something Join the Future or something like that. And after reading issue number 1 of this, I'm definitely going to go back and read that book.
Yeah, look at this cover here.
Yeah, who did that one? That one's another.
I don't know, but let me look. That is Chris Sheehan.
Oh, is that Christian? Is that the Christian Ward cover?
Chris Sheehan.
Yeah, you're right. Chris Sheehan. Christian Ward's cover is like really good. Yeah. Man, they did not pull the punches on the covers.
Literally, if I saw it on the shelf, I'd pick it up because this looks like 80s horror movies.
Yeah,
like Videodrome or whatever it is.
I mean, that it really did remind. It's almost like he took a concept, like an older 80s concept, and then just gave it a modern day spin, but didn't give it like bad modern day tropes. He kept the quality of the storytelling in there. But yeah, I really like that one because that one is very much, partially what they're trying to represent with like, how so much of technology and companies is really just, trying to take the data and, and figure out who you are so they can, appeal to you and ultimately like suck the money out of you.
It's like a Nickelodeon did horror.
Yeah, kind of.
It's weird cartoon hands coming.
It's supposed to be for all the different color apps, because how like apps are really big on having like a specific color, because that's part of the marketing that solidifies that app in your mind, whether it's Yahoo with the purple, Google likes the multicolors, like that's what they do to kind of solidify themselves in your mind. So that's why all those hands had solid colors.
Look at this.
Like, yeah, that's Jacob's cover.
Yep, trapped in the Matrix.
Yeah, and it is John Pearson. Okay, cool. Yep, John Pearson. Really, really, really solid art. I really couldn't recommend that book enough. It felt like Vault is kind of returning back to form with this, because I definitely missed their These Savage Shores and a Picture of Everything Else, a time period. But look at that issue. Like, that's cover A. I got to get that one too.
There's 3 covers of them again. Again, the one we just showed with the numbers, and then the other one before, where I think it was the cover B.
Yes, cover B.
Yeah, the horror ones. The ones that look like horror technology stuff. Those are cool. I mean, I want these as posters. I don't even have to read the book. Just give me the poster of this cover.
Yeah, dude, seriously. I'm with you. That's a badass poster right there. But anyway, Mindset number 1, it was anticipated and it did not disappoint.
All right, so for those who are wondering what Danny looks like, it'll pop up here when it looks. That's Danny.
Good old Danny. And that's not even a picture of her.
Who I think MKF said on Tuesday, said he actually met her once.
Oh, right on.
And she's Greek. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. All right, so what are the books you got?
Oh, am I doing all of mine?
Well, you might as well go through because I have like 10. I mean, I actually have 11. I have my bottom 6 and I have my top 5. So if you want to go through it, then I'll go through mine after you guys yours.
Okay. Next up then would be Ice Cream Man, issue number 31, I believe.
And for those who haven't checked out Skip's channel, he did put up an unboxing tonight.
I did. I got the deluxe edition, Sunday edition early. So I did an unboxing and I put up a video. I'll probably put up an overview of it later tonight or early tomorrow morning.
So you got the Sunday edition of Ice Cream Man?
I did.
There's a pun in there.
Is it a new edition?
I was gonna say more like ice cream sundae.
Yeah, that's exactly that's why I named it that. Keeping the theme going. But yeah, this issue was really good. I'll keep it short with this. It was mostly about how time affects us, and he split it down the middle. So one of it was about a father having his first and only child, and then continuing to help her grow, and then she grows and eventually has a life of her own. And as he gets older, he has health issues and whatnot. And then in the middle of the book, it splits it and it starts showing it from the daughter's point of view, and her watching her parents separate, and then eventually her getting into her own relationships and trying to date and getting into the workforce, and things not working out. But this was, and it was really good, and it was really heartfelt. I won't tell you what the ending was because I felt like I've already revealed too much, but what I will say about this is I know W. Maxwell Prince really likes Grant Morrison. He's gone as far as to one issue he made it kind of like a parody of Morrison's Superman, and then later on he's doing another one where it's Morrison's Batman and Robin. But he did a super duper meta thing in here. There's tons of references to his other Ice Cream Man issues. There's references to his other books like Haha, and there was even some references in there to the Electric Sublime, which was the very first series he did with this artist Martin Morazzo. But he does something in this book that pretty much made not only his other books like in continuity with this, but he made the entire world, our entire existence, in continuity with this by something that he did. But all I'll say is the father is also a writer in the book. That's all I'll say. And I think he went that far because I'm not going to speak on that, but I believe he makes his books really personal. Something else is happening, and I think that's also part of the motivation for him to make the book extremely meta like it is. But anyway, this is the most creative book on the stands. This is the most creative ongoing series that's out there right now. Even if you don't like it and like some of the themes, I would say do yourself a favor and just experience what the medium of comics can do. How would you compare this to Tales of the Crypt? Is anything like that? The Creepies? With it having horrific elements and then it being in a horror anthology, those are the only two things where I would really. Is there a moral ending? Have a comparison, huh? Is there a moral ending? To like, don't do this and you'll survive. Not really. Like he'll have like emotional endings. In a sense, there'll be a moral to the story sometimes, but he's not as on the nose with that, and he's not as. I wouldn't say he's as preachy with it. He more so comes from a standpoint of appreciate and enjoy things, especially the little things up to the big things. Not as much as maybe don't trust that stranger who says that they will actually take you, to El Dorado. Do you know what'd be really cool? For each issue, he had every as a theme of a different flavor of ice cream. Some of the issues do have that. Do they do that? That's kind of cool. And just have it. Like having a crayon in the crayon box, and then every issue is like that represents that crayon, that color, or whatever. And just you put it all together and you have ice cream pail. Yeah, he's done a lot of things. A lot of things kind of similar to that. Like a box set with ice cream pail. A box set with the ice cream pail. Maybe one day. It's on issue 30 something. So I guess it hasn't really done enough issues to justify, I guess, more than one hardcover. But
what issue are they on?
Hardcover is out.
Number 11.
This was issue 31.
31. That should have been the Baskin Robbins edition.
I guess if you can clear the marketing, you could do it. I think the biggest one that he had done that people really enjoyed was all of those Dr. Seuss covers that he had done. This is more like Raiders of the Lost Ark. If I look at this cover, Yeah, with the melting face.
It's
Very, definitely. I don't know who did that variant cover, but I
this
do.
is, I believe,
Oh,
Trevor Henderson.
Trevor Henderson. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trevor Henderson's done some really good variant covers for some other indie series.
I love the letter. Good old Neon.
Yep, good old Neon. Who I think it's Prince himself, because you never see good old Neon, and good old Neon isn't credited on anything else. And I noticed that between all of Prince's books, like from the different series, the only thing that's consistent is the lettering, and good old Neon wasn't in anything, like wasn't credited for lettering anything until Ice Cream Man. So I think he's good old Neon.
Haha. Apparently. Yeah, and Electric Sublime.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So no other series except for ones that W. Maxwell Prince has worked on.
Pretty much, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Cool. All right. On to the next book.
The next one, actually, I need to go take a look myself. My oh, really? Seriously? Okay, it's trying to make me sign in. Let's see if I can just go backwards. Back again. Yeah.
Marania. Like I said, one melted face card reminds of an old school MTV video where Robert pulls off the face, its face skin. Ugh.
Oh, I don't remember that one, but yeah, that seems pretty brutal. Another one for last week. Do a power bomb. Daniel Warren Johnson. Yeah, the series just continues to be super heartfelt and just tons of energy bursting off of the page. Effectively, there's a mom who was one of the top wrestlers in Japan and was in a title match. Tragedy struck, and from there it was just the dad and the uncle left to raise the daughter. Of course, the daughter wants to go in her mother's footsteps, and no one will train her. Dad doesn't want her to do it. Her uncle, discourages her from doing it. Other trainers, because everybody knows her mother, they just don't want to touch. They don't want to get involved with her because everybody knows the tragedy that struck one of the biggest shining lights in wrestling at that time. So in the midst of trying to find a trainer, some shadowy figure pops up out of nowhere and decides that they will offer her the ability to train her, and she's willing to take it on. But he says, in order for me to train you, though, you have to defeat my champion. And out of nowhere, like a ring appears out of nowhere, and all mystically, magically, there's a shadowy figure in there, and
it's like Cartoon Network, man, these days.
We
watch a cartoon, all of a sudden it just grows by the ground. We're gonna fight. What?
Yeah, man. Cartoonists, drawing comic books. Like, this is the comic book medium that we're in.
That's kind of cool.
But anywho, it picks up from there. I don't want to give like who the shadowy figure was that she has to defeat, but it does very much lead into this. And I will say that I felt like issue number 2 was even better than issue number 1. But issue number 1 issue 2 very much picks up where issue number 1 left off, and it was man, it was pretty badass, man. I love Daniel Warren Johnson. He just does such a great job of balancing like action, like making something almost like kind of feel like Kirby pages, because they're just steeped in just like movement and power, and then making things very, very heartfelt. As Undead Quinn said in there, like, the ending, it pulls your heartstrings. It really, really does. Daniel Warren Johnson is great at that.
All right, is this supposed to be her? Or is that a different wrestler? She's the little one in the main cover, right?
Yes. Yep. That is not her. That is who she ends up having to wrestle.
Oh, okay.
I won't say what role that character plays quite yet.
It's her mother. That's good. I was the guy. Really? Pay no attention to me. I'm just rambling. I have no idea. I've never read the book.
But yeah, so do a power bomb, Daniel and Johnson, issue number 2. Highly advise everybody picking it up. I mean, man, I mean, to me, he's he's like a perfect mixture of like how I felt about comics when I was a kid, but also like being an adult and being able to still appreciate the stories. He splits the difference perfectly.
Like literally, this just screams like Rick and Morty right here. Is Rick up here and Morty's fighting for his life.
Yeah, that's another way to look at it. I am not a Rick and Morty fan, so my exposure to Rick and Morty is very limited. But just with what I know of them, I can say like, yeah, I can totally see that being a Rick and Morty scene, even a little bit with how the art is.
It's just the chaos and just comedy. That's pretty much what Rick and Morty's supposed to be. You know, I haven't watched in the later seasons. I've only watched 1 through 2 or seasons 1 and 2, But like I said, I love comic books. You're just fun. They're just meant to be fun. They're not meant to be too deep. But I like having fun comic books. If I can have fun enjoying reading the book, you've done your job. Because there's 2 types of books I like. I mean, I like the serious books too, but I like the ones where it's just like this. This just seems like it's not too deep. It knows it's a comic book, and it's just going to go with it and just entertain you. Now that being said, I haven't read it though. But that's what I get from looking at this cover right here and what you described.
Yeah, very much. I mean, yeah, it can.
It doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be deep and serious like Batman. It can be let's have fun. You know,
yeah, comics can be all sorts of things, and in this case,
like a manga, pretty much, or an anime. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, Daniel Warren Johnson, man, he's just such. I'm so thankful that he makes comic books. He makes the hobby worth being a part of.
Undead Quinn is also happy too because he's been talking about that book for a while.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. If you're reading it, you'll dig it. And I mean, and like for people, if you haven't read Daniel Warren Johnson before, him and James Harren are kind of similar. Like their art styles are not the same, but they're similar, and the way that they can like tug on your heartstrings in the story is pretty cool. But anyway, so that was my number 2 book. Okay, and then we start to get current. So we come back over to this week. Of course, A Righteous Thirst for Vengeance, number 10.
Whoops, I can't spell. There you go.
But yeah, so after having such a nice and uplifting issue in issue number 9, issue number 10, not that it was horrifying, but the intrigue begins, to spoil the last one. We left off on them having like such a really great day and everything after, dealing with so much chaos. And then when they get back home to the place that they live in, with the boy's mother having died and him almost dying, and the lead character feeling like, he kind of failed in letting the boy's mom die. We come to this issue or at the end of the last issue, he walks in the house, and who we all thought was probably dead, which was his mother. She's alive and she's there in the room. So we pick up where we left off there. And this issue too, again, just kind of a lot of tension building, twists and turns, how they leave you, like the cliffhangers that they leave you on. Like, we got the message that this book is ending. I can't remember if it's on 12 or if it's on 11, which I think 11 is the next one, but I don't know how they it's actually 11. I don't know how they wrap it up all in one issue on the next one, but I'm interested to see.
Is it ending?
Yeah, it's ending.
Wow. It canceled, or it's only went to go for 11, right?
The way that they talked was like that's what was going to be, but I think in most cases whenever a book ends kind of abruptly,
that sucks, because I was looking forward to reading this after Deadly Class. That'd be as new as his ongoing thing apart from Deadly Class. So it's like, what else is Rick writing though?
Writing currently he's still doing Scumbag, and what is I can't think of another ongoing book that he has going on,
because I know he was doing these 2 books, but Scumbag and Deadly Class.
Yeah, but he owns his imprint, so yeah, like like when a book stops, it's because he's stopping it, and yeah, probably wasn't selling enough to continue.
Which sucks because this guy is very talented.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Rick Remender's super talented, no question about it.
I still say that they probably should have called it, instead of Righteous Thirst for Vengeance, a Wongful Thirst for Vengeance. Get that marble thing going there.
Yeah, well, that's actually how they met. So that would be pretty consistent.
All right. You got any other books?
Yeah, my just a few more. Actually, only two more. So the next one is Swamp Thing, issue number 15 by Ramva.
By Rumba? I don't know.
Ramva, aka Rumv.
Wow, I can't spell it all. It's late.
Oh, you're just missing a space. I think
I know. Hang on.
Good. But it is the penultimate issue, and yeah, it was very, very, very bombastic for anybody that feels like the decompression might have been too slow for you at all. Which I felt like there was enough things happening and changing in order for it to keep people interested. This one was like straight into the muck, straight into the mire. Everything happening. It's the penultimate issue, so all of the pieces, or majority of the pieces, I should say, of the puzzle are
Very climatic.
Very, very, very climactic. Yep, all the pieces, and all the players are on the board, and it's all of the explosions and all of the chaos and all of the big things happening. So I really appreciate it. But even within that, like, it doesn't lose its identity and it doesn't lose itself on who and what it is. It still delivers all of like the nuanced and deep and pensive like properties that it has that makes it feel, like I said, to me, the closest thing to the Alan Moore run that I had read.
Cool.
Yeah. So really, really good.
So is Miranda's Christmas tree win in the end?
I mean, Miranda's Christmas tree is undefeated, so you already know that. So yeah, it was really good. And then I only got one more book, my last one, which we already talked a little bit about, but excuse me, it was just that good. It is Ramva again with the #1 book, Detective Comics 1062, I believe.
Yep.
Hey.
What's going on, Ash?
Man. Oh, hey, what's up, Ash?
What's going on? Just being an expert in back issues and stuff, because you guys.
What's up, back issues?
I thought back issues needed some representation on this channel.
More back issues.
Have you seen Brady's off camera? He can't sit up straight anymore.
He's laying down under the weight of all of the indie books that he is buried under right now.
My son, you are correct.
Literally,
I keep trying to entice him to try back issues. He's always just like, no, man, it's all about the new indies.
Let's give a warm welcome to Uncle Charlie, played by William Demarest Ash.
If I got that reference, I might be offended.
Well, no, I said if Zach were here, I'd have all three of my sons. I said I feel like Fred McMurray. And in the show, after the guy that played Fred on the original I Love Lucy left, his role as Uncle, and they replaced him with William Demarest, who played Uncle Charlie, who helped take care of the boys, since Fred McMurray wasn't married.
So you're uncle now, Uncle Ash.
I'm Uncle Ash. Nice.
You missed all my birthdays. Expect a handout now.
I'm a deadbeat uncle.
Just get him some back issues. He'll be happy.
You don't want back issues and also live in California. That's not right. That's a double whammy.
It really is.
All right.
To round it out, Detective Comics 1062. We talked about it the other night, so I'll keep it brief. But yeah, Rom V just setting a tone with a very solid issue #1, letting you know what the vibe of this book is going to be about. It's going to have a little bit of Bat Family, an extended Bat Family, but it's going to have beasts. It's going to have mystery and intrigue, and Bruce Wayne will be tormented, and the Batman will be the world's greatest detective and utilize those skills, and for a very interesting mystery and a very gothic Gotham, which I really want to highlight. That was something that was very appealing to me, a gothic Gotham. And it was cool. Ron V on Twitter, I saw him put up, he said, for the first scene of the book, and if you want to set the tone for a book, like check out this song. And it was like one of those kind of older, I want to call them Victorian kind of orchestrated pieces that really did set the tone. And it was about loss and losing people. So it's interesting. I want to know what like how that affects the rest of the story going forward. But to set the tone of it, I'm going to go back and I'm going to read this issue again with that music, because damn it, the second that I put it on, I was like, yeah, that very much feels like the very first scene of the book.
I mean, just look at the cover. That's what you're going to get inside the interior too.
Yeah.
And then if you ever read American Vampire, it's the same art. It's the same artist. So if you kind of like that art, and then you're putting into like a Batman, it becomes like more like a gothic art, and it's great. Yeah. I will talk about it later on, but like I said, the closest I can come to this, but the art style kind of feeling, it feels like Gotham by Gaslight in a sense.
Yeah, I would say that would probably be the closest, like bigger notable story.
Different story, but it's similar. But it's like I just get that vibe. That older time vibe. Looking at the art, it's dark. It's Batman. I mean, it's not completely like the point where it's like you're like okay, where's the positive? There is a positive spot here. There's interaction he has with one of the people from the Bat Family. But I mean, like, I'm like, after getting towards the end there, it's like, okay, where are we going with this? It's like, for once, I'm actually like, I'm not asking that out of fear. I'm asking them all that, like, because I want you really want to know. It's like, there's so many different ways he could take it for the next issue. I'm interested to see what his direction's going to be towards this. If he keeps with this the same theme, I'll just really enjoy it. I hate for him to just start going like, phoning it in, but we get good art. But I trust Ram V. Ram V's been pretty well, and the way you guys describe when he's writing Swamp Thing, it's still he keeps that same vibe going through it, and it just gets better and better each issue. So I get a feeling it's going to be this way too, because I liked him on Catwoman. I mean, about all the writers that were writing her before this, in between, Catwoman was actually never one of my top comic books to read. Yeah. I read, Jim Balent, I love that version there too, but like, I even read Brubaker's, but like, you got to Ram V's version, it's just like, it just kind of like pushed those aside and said like, this is my version and you're going to like it. And I did like it. So.
That's one of the things that I like about him. He gets in, he sets a tone, he puts his own fingerprint on things, but not
Bendis level.
Detriment. Not trying to destroy the character, but just trying to make it something unique for you, so you don't feel like you've just read this, entirely before. And what I like about him is he has good first issues, but unlike some writers that start off strong and then like taper off and get weaker later, he actually ramps up. Yeah, Tom Peasant. He actually ramps up through his series. So like he starts off on a good tone, but he like works himself into a rhythm and then gets better as the series goes on.
Yeah, Vank.
Yeah.
The best Catwoman writer wasn't Dixon, and it wasn't even Brubaker. This guy named Will Pfeiffer, who wrote a bunch of issues in like the mid 2000s, like 2005 through 2007.
Okay.
Guy's a fantastic writer. He wrote a series called Hero, which was about the Dial H for Hero, but Robbie Reed was a bitter adult in this version.
Okay.
And it was really, really good. Will Pfeiffer, I don't know if he just left the industry He was writing a lot of stuff for DC in the first decade of the 2000s, and
Is that
his
part of
version
Volume
is
5?
fantastic. It's the same one it's the one that Brubaker started.
Okay, and he just gets kind of picked up later on.
I think there might have been a writer or two in between, but
Okay.
yeah, you definitely want to check out. There's a trade that's got about 15 of the issues. I'll look to see what the name of it is and let you know.
Cool. All right.
But so I have 3.
3.
Yes.
All right.
Since Skip, grandfathered one in from last week, I figure I wouldn't. Maybe one might be exciting enough to get back issue Ash to put down the video game.
Good.
I'm just bringing the entertainment.
That's a fine way to talk about your friends.
This is a comic channel? I didn't know anything. I was just watching Ash the whole time.
Wait, I have friends?
Yeah. Well, you did.
Well, you have and friends.
And friends.
That's right. That's the best you can hope for on Puppetee's channel. You think you're about to get your name in the credits, and then he snatches it back.
I'm very interested in the 2 less books you have than I do.
Well, I said one of them's from last week, but was anybody else reading Rocketeer?
Yeah.
I was afraid to.
I disagree with you on the ending.
I figured you would because I said simping ain't easy, but
you
managed to do it. Here's the thing. 2 things.
Hold on, guys. Germans will start bombing.
No. No. Okay. I'll start with the ending. If this book had been called Debbie Seville featuring the Rocketeen, then that's fine. But I agree with Zach. Not our boy Zach, the other boy Zach.
Wait,
it says
what?
The hero,
traitor.
The title character should be the hero. It should be awesome in his own book. The fact that he had to be saved, by anybody, kind of lessened it. And
I can agree with that.
And then the third issue, where she comes out. Here's how you do that if you don't want it to come across like blatant virtue signaling. Well, it still would, but if she'd said that in her inner monologue, when he thought she was hitting on him, and she says, "You're not my type, but your girlfriend, she's gorgeous." It's 1939.
Yeah,
That's not something you were real fast and loose with in those days. And then the next issue, she saves the day. It's just like, again, it's still a recommend. I still enjoyed it. But can we have one story that the writer just does not feel the need to pander?
Yeah, I could agree with you on that. I mean, it did take me out a little bit. Because, wait, she came off like Felicia Day on Supernatural. Like, where she just had to, oh, I'm gay, I'm not into you. Oh, you like the other team. Okay. And then they moved on. It's like, I didn't need to know that. I mean, it was kind of funny in the moment, but the fact that it takes place in the 30s, you wouldn't have said that.
No, I truly don't think you would have. That's why I said if it had been internal. It kind of, it's not the same thing, but the Jason Starr series from last year, where the computer geek, it should have been that she was in love with the husband that she was helping out, but instead she was, she had the hots for the wife that had shit on him through the whole series. It's like, it's like it just, it turned it from being like what would have been a legit plot point to, again, pandering. Anyway, but
I mean, what drew me in is the whole Rocketeer. He's a guy flying around with a jetpack, and just almost nearly dying. He's like kind of like Spider-Man in a sense.
Yeah, but I said
he doesn't have a plan. He's just going at it.
I would have even been okay if Debbie had won the race, and she'd done something to get Delton Nicosia to try to kill her, and then Rocketeer has to save her.
Because you know what it reminded me of? It'd be like, and a perfect example would be like if Black Cat saved Spider-Man.
Well, I mean, if you do, if you're in 72 titles a month, it's going to happen. But I'm saying it just, to me, it
Yeah.
it took from what could have been a great series to a pretty good series.
Yeah, I never knew that in the original run they had Betty Page paired up with him.
Well, the girl is made to look like her.
Yeah, but she's called Betty. Isn't she also called Betty too?
But not Betty Page.
But not Page though, but it's Betty. Yeah.
No, because like I said, the creator is Dave Stevens.
Yeah.
And he resurrected Betty Page's career. He basically did for her kind of what Neil Adams did for Siegel and Schuster. He got her paid because everybody was using her.
Yeah,
and she wasn't getting anything for it. And they became good friends. Later in life. And anyway, okay, so next,
here, I'll give you a full screen there.
Haunted Library. This issue is all wet already. That's a back issue.
That's cool. That's Charlton.
Nice.
Yeah, cool.
That is awesome.
Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna. Venk, I don't know if you're gonna be talking about Hit Me.
I will be later. Yes.
Okay, so I'll be brief.
Oh, you got that.
Nice slam bang ending.
I tied it nicely, but I thought
satisfying ending. And unlike Rocketeer, we knew who she was. So when she says, "Don't get any crazy ideas, it's just oysters," that fit her character.
Yeah,
because it also didn't preclude them from ended up knocking boots anyway, because she does care for him, and it could go in that direction because I don't think she's really.
But they left it up to the reader, though.
Right. So I thought this one, in the first issue, Wes had a point. That you couldn't find anybody likable with Rand or McNally or a search team of St. Bernards.
Yep.
By the fifth issue, you liked both of them, including she made herself into a relatively sympathetic character as much as you can be.
Yes.
In the Krista Faust book.
And I love, and there's even in the little part of this where she says how I deal with the pain. Yeah. She has two different ways.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like there's a little creative on that. Because I was like, man, she's getting hit by guys.
Yeah.
Oh, my jaw's just hanging there.
And when she said he can take a beating almost as well as me, that's not girl power. That's her thing. That's how she makes a living, by being able to take incredible amounts of pain. So I said, I thought this one pretty much stuck the landing.
Oh.
Now, for the last one that I know nobody else is reading.
An indie back issue.
Alias. This was the Chuck Dixon series from several years ago, and I don't remember the company was making.
Is that Darren McGavin on the cover?
That's funny. I thought it was Tommy Lee Jones, and I showed somebody else who said it looked like Vince McMahon.
The little I tell you, I can see all three of them.
Yeah. So anyway, the company, I guess, went out of business and stopped paying him, so the series wasn't finished. So Antarctic started it over, and it was basically a 6-issue miniseries. It's about this hitman that no one had ever been able to get any information on.
That's cool.
And this Fed gets closer than anybody. Actually finds him.
Wow.
And unfortunately, he had killed an innocent. So any sympathy you might have had for him went out the window. But the Fed's bosses decide, since he's found him, he goes, no loose ends, decides to take both of them out. So they end up kind of teaming up. It's basically as a matter of survival. But that all happened in issue 6. Without spoiling it, issue 7 is kind of like a standalone bonus adventure of for the hitman, and it involves this guy who's going to testify against the it's not the Russian mob, it's some country's mob, and he's got
the Italian mob.
He's got a bounty hunter and the hitman after him. The bounty hunter obviously wants to bring him in alive because he skipped bail, and the hitman has a contract to take him out. So the whole issue, they're fighting. The hitman and the bounty hunter are like going cross country, like trying to kill each other, kind of, but remaining in contact with each other. And they finally come to an agreement that'll work for both of them.
Huh.
And
So is this the final issue, or is it sort of ongoing?
this is it. It was really only 6 issues. This is like a bonus issue. So they make an agreement that will work for both parties, and I don't want to spoil it in case anybody actually does go out and get this. I highly recommend it. Yes, Chuck Dixon. He does not let you down.
That's good to see that someone, at former company actually can still write as good as he did back then. Or do you think he got better?
No, I no, not better. And I said, I don't give him a total pass either, because when he brought Airboy back a few years ago, that one kind of was a disappointment.
Mm-hmm.
But these are all new characters, so there's nothing to compare it to.
Yeah.
And as a self-contained story, I thought it was really good.
All right.
I have shout out to Jerry Smith for recommending it, because I completely missed it.
All right, cool. I didn't know it was Chuck Dixon, but I didn't see it in the Elite Comic Geeks thing, so I never knew it was actually Chuck Dixon.
Unless you have the patience to make it to the Dead Nuts bottom every week it came out.
Yeah.
Because that's where it was.
All right. So I'm gonna switch over. I'm gonna show off some of my books I got this week. I'm gonna start with my bottom 6. Yeah. Then I'll get to my top 5. So at the bottom of this week is actually Doctor Strange, issue number 4. I don't know what their thoughts on this. They're taking liberties. This is Jed McKay. Usually, I like his stories. If you've never read earlier Doctor Strange stuff, you'll enjoy this book. That's what I'm going to say about this, because her mother comes to visit. Her mother is addressed as a warlord, Umar the Warlord. Her mom's not it's a girl. So I mean,
Umar is Dormammu's sister.
Yeah. And
she goes back to the Lee Ditko era.
Was she called Umar the Warlord?
No.
No. See, she's addressed as the.
I think it's Umar the Unspeakable or something.
So they call her a warlord in this, which is usually a title reserved for men only.
Okay, now before you, do you remember the stream? I think it was last night when somebody said, talking about who was it? They're talking about Kazar. Was that? And
must have been Fossils.
No, I don't think it was Fossils. And someone said that Kazar and the Hulk had been raped in comics at one point.
No, I don't remember that at all.
Because I don't think it was the Fossils.
Was the auction?
Wasn't it England Teen stream?
I think it was.
Yeah, because he had a bunch of
unboxings. He had some Kazars and
oh, I didn't watch that, Casey. I didn't.
Who was? Anyway, but the Hulk, the person that raped him was Umar.
Really?
Yeah. It's in a Giffen DeMatteis Defenders miniseries, and there's a scene I gotta tell you real quick when Namor is at his snooty, arrogant best, and in the Hulk in his Bruce Banner form said, "Oh, by the way, Namor, did you ever find Nemo, or are you still looking?" And Namor gets a look on his face and goes, "If I knew what that meant, I'd probably kill you."
All right. So, like I said, this was still a good story, but like I said, if you are a fan of the original introduction of this character in Umar, because her mom comes to visit, and they have dinner and wine. So Mariko Tamaki was happy if she was reading this book.
Yeah.
The other thing in here was Clea basically says, it says, "Mother, you didn't raise me. I was tough because, only because I was raised in Dormammu's court." When reality, she wasn't really raised in his court. And then from when I found out reading up on back issues that Dormammu or Umar wanted nothing to do with her. She was basically raised by her father, and then kept out of sight until she met Doctor Strange.
Mm-hmm.
So they're changing history on this, which is surprising. It's Marvel, It isn't. So I mean, but if you can get past that, it's done pretty well. Her and her mother do a team up. There's a relentless new gang, or it's been the past couple of issues that uses magical weapons. I've don't know what their end game is, but Wong's been pretty good in this issue too. He's their basically he's still there, and there's a new guy called Mr. Harvest or the Harvest, and just so for those who are wondering, is that Moon Knight? Actually, what it is the past couple of the past 2 issues, like they've these villains have basically been taking older deceased villains, filling up with multiple souls, and basically using them as attack dogs on her. So this is actually Demon Knight, or is it Demon Knight or Dead Knight? Might have been Dead Knight. Who actually was the original villain of back in the day of Moon Knight. Before this, they had the body, the zombie version body of Thunderstrike, who's dead in, I guess, continuity. So yeah, so that's the question is, who is this this unlikely ally that's helping her, and who's bringing these deceased people back to death, trying to hurt her?
Another question is, I read the first issue. My problem with it was, for someone who had spent the vast majority of their lives in other dimensions, she came across as kind of like a snarky whine aunt.
Yeah.
Is she still that character?
So and so. I mean, she does get annoyed, when things don't go her way. Like, she gets really pissed off. She flames on. She goes little Dormammu head.
She was too acclimated to
our world.
2022.
Yeah.
For someone, as I said, that's from a dark dimension and returned there years ago.
Right. So that was number 11. This is number 10. Now, this book, probably about this, is that it just felt really hokey. Some of the people on the cover here weren't even in the book. It was kind of a clickbait cover. Cyborg was nowhere in this. Stargirl had a little bit line here. Cassie didn't say anything. She was just her appearance. Same with Connor. The 3 people on the front there, if you're not sure those are all Roy Harper. There's 2 clones of Roy Harper. If you ever watched the Young Justice series, the cartoon series, you're not going to really understand this book. This is a spinoff, or not a spinoff, but it takes place before season 4 and after season 3. It just ruined it for me, because I'm like, I hate the whole dumb thing of the clone thing of Roy, who's cloned. He lost his arm, and then there's another clone. So okay, there's 2. Now I found out there's a 3rd one. I watched the first couple episodes of season 3, and I quit because the show just got horrible. It was just pandering to all the Twitter woke nonsense. So I was hoping this book, because it's Wiseman, the guy who originally wrote the Young Justice books and stuff, that would be better. And I just couldn't get past it, couldn't get into it. It's only issue 1. Apparently they're on issue 2 because there's a digital first. So they're releasing the issues first online, and then a week later, I guess, dropping them.
What you see happening at DC, for years they wrote younger heroes so much better than Marvel.
Yep.
But now it's their younger characters are insufferable. SJW probably isn't strong enough to describe them, and they are the mouthpieces for everything they want their audience to be.
Yeah. So
if you're not, and if that isn't who you are, they're unreadable.
There's a callback to DC Showcase in here where Roy, second story is Roy's talking about how he first went after Sportsmaster alone and got his ass handed to him. Now, I don't know if that's actually in the comic books or how it went, but he's talking about how he was cocky and he caused the princess, I forget what country she's in charge of, but her father was killed. So now the princess gets kidnapped, and he blames himself. That's the girl on the front on the crosshairs. But like I said, it's young justice become young social justice. Annoying twats, yes.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
they're. I don't know if there's a likable young character left at DC.
You know what's funny to say about that? I'm starting to like Wallace. Or Ace, as they call him in Jeremy Adams' book. The Kid Flash.
Well, that's only because Jeremy Adams is a good writer.
I know.
It doesn't seem to be hung up on this, but we'll see. Yeah, the litmus test will be how Wallace is with anybody else writing. Like if like our girl Megan Fitzmartin writes him, I guarantee you he'll be an insufferable.
Oh, of course.
Yeah,
he was being written by Bendis before. He was on part of the. I thought he was part of the Young Justice, wasn't he? Or Teen Titans? Probably Teen Titans.
I don't know.
I didn't read it, but I thought because he wasn't in the Flash book for a little bit, and I thought maybe he was being written somewhere else. But next book, this is going to be number 9. Going into this, I've never read anything by Captain Marvel, other than the death of Captain Marvel that we did over on East Channel for retrospective, and knowing what I know of Rick Jones and Marlowe, and I guess we were talking a little bit about this offline. Eric, you said you didn't like this much. I liked it a little bit, but the whole this is Peter David. The writing in this isn't that bad, but you can tell it's not like Peter David at his like uncensored. It's a little bit censored as far as what he normally would write back in the day. And this is a strange place in the storyline where Rick Jones' wife had basically left him to explore a lesbian relationship with Moondragon, which really did happen in the series. So this is this takes place right around that time. And then, so this whole issue was just kind of weird. Especially, I've never read the backstory of that. So once I found out it was actually a real thing, I was like, that is just dumb. And I guess that happened. It happened in 2002.
Yeah, it sounds like this takes place between the two series.
Yeah,
because when the next one started up, some time had passed, and they really didn't reference it initially. So this
it was just dropped.
Probably
Yes.
Well,
yeah.
It wasn't dropped. They got to it later, but some time had passed. It sounds like this series is taking place in that time.
Yeah, because
the two series.
Because Marvel shows up, or Janice Vell shows up to this guy, and he says, "I have no memories." He basically thinks he's a clone of the original one. I have no idea if that's true or what, but he says no memories. No, he's because he originally was never a son. He was a clone of Marvel, wasn't he?
Initially, I think he was billed as a son who was aged up.
Yeah.
Through certain like wherever like I guess maybe like the same way Jonathan Kent was. Aging differently in different pockets of the universe.
Yeah, so he has no memories, and then so he has his guys. He sort of remembers all the memories, and then you see, the whole Rick Jones thing, and just like Rick Jones asking him to like, hey, can you like go spy on my wife? Which he basically goes and does it, and just being Janice Vell is written as an idiot, I guess. Oh, it's his personality, but he was like, sure, I'm here to spy on you, Moondragon. Standing outside the window. So the premise of this story, this issue, is Marlo has been kidnapped on an alien planet and basically put in a zoo because she is a human and she's labeled human on the tank. So, and he goes to Tony Stark. Rick Jones goes to Tony Stark. He's like, "Hey, can you track me?" He's like, "Satellites," and like this laughs at him. He's like, "I have this comb here and it has a single strand of her hair," and then it shuts Tony up, and then he pan her away. And it's Rick passes out, and Marvel, who has been spying on, looking for Marlo, ends up getting subdued and they stole his negabands, and he ends up going full power, without the control of the negabands. And this causes Rick to basically phase through, as you'd see in the first Doctor Strange. He goes astral projection, just phases through everything. It's got its humor, but it's such a weird story. Like I said, I went into this the 50-50 thinking I was going to hate it, or I was actually probably going to like it. So I'll wait this to the second issue, see if it gets any better. But so far, I'd give this man out of 5 stars, I'd give it a 2.5. That's saying it's not a bad book in a sense, but it says I just don't know the original character and all that stuff. So I figured it's Peter David. I'll give it a shot. All right. Yeah. This should be number 8 then. Scorch was actually pretty good. This is issue number 8. It's getting better. We're learning more about Spawn. Spawn is becoming less of a dick. He's still got a guy trapped in limbo. He's kind of torturing him a little bit. It's like because he's trying to train the guy, teach him a lesson. But it's like, okay, whatever. We kind of get a hint as far as who is the traitor on the team. It's all points are pointing to She-Spawn. Haunt, who is I guess a Robert Kirkman creation, is in there, or I guess, or I don't think it's Robert Kirkman, but I know Kirkman had done a story back in the day with Cold Haunt, and I think he wrote it, and then Todd McFarlane also did the art on it, along with 2 other artists. So yeah, it's all action, pretty good. A little bit advances the plot some more. Good solid issue. So if you're not following this, I'd pick it up. I'm not a Spawn guy, and I'm reading this series because it's like a Spawn Avengers, and they all have different personalities that are working together. They're a ragtag team of basic losers, but they get the job done. All right, this is number 7, Public Domain, issue number 2. Liked it better than the first one. I say it's getting actually doing pretty well. Skip, I don't know if you read the second issue, but I mean, it's coming forward to. Now that they have the piece of paper proving it, the main son is kind of angry. He wants his dad to go for the money. The wife's upset because the dad pretty much had never cared about the royalties, even though he did the work. She feels that he gives in too much. He's basically a pussy, in a sense. All the characters are in here. You got the stupid brother, and you got this brother here, the main brother, who is basically the sole character, the main focus. At the end of this book, we find out something else happened too, because he's really gung ho about getting his dad the money. It's kind of like a little family sitcom, or not sitcom, but more like a family drama story, dealing with hey, your dad, basically if the Steve Ditko family, basically, or something like that, if they found a piece of paper that Ditko was the one that created everything for Spider-Man, and then Stan Lee stole it. So, yeah, good indie book, and it's Zdarsky. So, all right, number 6, almost in the top 5. Hit me, number 5. Went for the Frank show. So, I think I'm all alone here. You still here? More indie than Ash?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I like the ending. I said it wrapped up pretty nice. Not much more I say about that, what you already said. I like how she played the villains against each other, in a sense, or used one of them for a plan to make their escape. Yeah. If you haven't checked this out, check it out. There's only 5 issues. I would have loved to have Frank Cho art and the interior. After I guess I'm spoiled from Fight Girls, but good series, good wrapped up and nicely. And it's I think I paid like what, $4 for this? Can't remember. All right, top 5. Claremont with Gambit. So I had no idea going with this because I don't remember the whole story. Well, before he became an X-Men, was not a huge X-Men fan. So if you are a huge X-Men fan, please hold your questions and your concerns and your complaining until I'm done. Claremont, I thought it was actually a pretty decent story. It's basically this is the time where Aurora was de-aged after dealing with the nanny and I forgot what the other character was. And she basically is just being hunted down by the Shadow King, and Gambit's basically teaching her how to be a thief and also how to survive. Aurora and his and Gambit, their little team up here, their little street hustle is actually kind of cute in a sense, because you kind of forget that Aurora is actually supposed to be like closer to his age. But then again, I mean, I'm always wondering, like, the question is he a clone of Nathaniel Essex? You know, or is, you know, because how old is Gambit? But yeah. So basically, it's Team Aurora and Gambit gonna be taking on Shadow King for the rest of the series. Any questions? Ash is muted, so all right. And everyone's muted now. Wow. All right. But interior art is actually pretty good though. Actually, and then for those who don't like Chris Claremont anymore because they felt he felt that it's not as good writing as he used to. There wasn't any really woke pandering in this, so I'm thankful for that. All right. This next book, I didn't know where to put it because I like it mainly because one of those books you don't need to think too much. And those are usually more my cup of tea because I just have more fun with those. More of the serious instead of the serious ones. No, Ash, I can't hear you whatsoever. It says you're not muted, but you must have muted internally on your own headset. Yeah. Yeah. Just talking over you. You know, Skip, you can just say that. You're on the panel. But all right, so this is number 4. Iron Cat. Yeah, I picked it up, issue 2. Yes, Felicia is bisexual. She's been bisexual for a while now. And I guess early 2000s, they actually had her first bisexual lover. And yeah, Tony's actually pretty good in this. They bring back a character from I believe it was back in the day from 1980, was one of Machine Man's enemies. I want to say her name is Kate Bazin. Hold on a second. I had it written down. I can't remember. All right. Yeah, Sunset Bane, aka Madam Menace, is brought back in this. And she's basically teaming up with the angry ex-girlfriend. And it's revealed how basically, now this is going to trigger a lot of people, especially those who are Iron Man fans. Because Tony had always wondered how she was able to hack the suit and stuff. Well, she had used her phone with some crude basically like technology, and she basically copied when she got next to Tony Stark, his bloodstream at the time. She copied his nanites, cloned them onto their phone, and that's how she was able to basically hack the armor the first time that she used that. Which is kind of dumb, you know, kind of lazy, but I don't know. It's like I said, it's one of the books. He said you just read it. You don't try to put too much thought into it, which is. But you know, people. I know people say like, oh, if you turn your brain off, you know, it's still a bad movie or a bad book. You know, like I said, I don't. Like going to these, I actually look for something I actually wanted to read more of this, and then Jen McKay's actually been doing pretty well in this. It looks like we're gonna get a new suit though for the next issue. It looks like the Iron Man red and gold is going to be a cat armor. So, fun issue. Had fun. I read through it. Nothing too deep. Jilted X's teaming up against Tony and Felicia Hardy. All right. Number 3. Been waiting for this for a while. This is all right. One Dark Knight. This is can't really see it here. It's the Bill Sienkiewicz cover. Killer Croc is in this issue, obviously. I like this cover here. This was the variant cover. I enjoy it because of the fact that he had whenever he does art on especially on a lot of these things, it just looks so much better than anything else I've seen. This just looks so creepy. It's supposed to be like in swamp, but in reality, when he comes across Killer Croc in this, it's actually in the sewers, and he has his own little cult that brings him like people to eat. You know, it's really messed up. He's basically been bringing for those who have been reading the first two series, it's all written and drawn by Jacques. Not really of a new story, but it's drawn, I guess, in a different dynamic. There's a character called EMP. He's fitted with this device, and he's basically basically prevents him from going off and just basically taking out all the electronics around him. You know, simple enough character. He can't control it. He basically in the first couple of issues, he gets abducted by. He's breaking out. They're hauling him from basically Arkham Asylum to the new Arkham Tower. And they're intercepted. He gets broken out, and he's running out of battery juice left to keep him from going off. He ends up eventually going off, causing a whole basically a blackout during the night. All these gangs, including a corrupt police officer, are trying to basically get a hold of this guy. Well, Batman's trying single-handedly by himself with no help from anybody else. He's caught off from Alfred. Yes, Alfred is alive in this series, which really helped with this book too, because Alfred's a main part of his character when it comes to Bruce. I don't like Bruce without Alfred. It just doesn't seem right. And yeah, so they bring us through this. They're just to give CS so many hours to get him to the new tower, the two tower before he goes off again. Because if he goes off, if Gotham is like Bruce said, Gotham at night without any power is something I can handle. I'm used to darkness, but during the day, the cops can't handle that. We find out that he actually, in her book, that he has a son, and the son's abducted by the corrupt police officer, while Jim Gordon and the rest of the GCPD are basically trying to hold their own. It's kind of got like No Man vibes in a sense like this, where the cops have their own gang, and so do the other criminals have their own turfs. Happy ending. And just that's how it wraps up, nice and sweet. So it's a black label. This was, I think I can't remember how much I paid for this. Probably $7 or $8. Let's say, no, but definitely a good book. All right, down to my last two. Man, everyone's really quiet tonight. All of a sudden. Detective Comics. Now, what skipped it about for what he said about this, at first I read it the first time, didn't really enjoy it as much. I read it through a second time again, noticed things I kind of missed, and it's kind of grown on me because I like Batman in a certain way, and this is a different direction. Now that being said, it's something which I haven't seen before. Like I said, I kind of got the Gotham, like Gaslight vibes off of this book. The interior art is good on this. Let me open it up and show you some stuff in here. Now, you're probably asking, why is this number 2? There's one more book that I actually did like. Here, let's see. There's a new villain and stuff, and let's see here. This is some of the interior art from the very beginning. He's going to the docks. He's gonna, and like he says like 8 marks down there. Pretty routine. What do you say, Bruce? 18 seconds. And then he goes around. Like I said, he gets to the point where he realizes like he's like, oh, I'm too slow. You know what's going on here? I'm not moving as fast as I normally do. Comes across, I believe it was Bruno Maroni. Yeah, Bruno Maroni, who's not looking so good. Talia ends up basically like shaving his butt for a second, you know, shooting, and he says he basically scolds her because she basically fired a crossbow into his head. No, and I like it. She has a brief moment, and she gives it kind of almost like that Electra vibe in this book. She tells him what he needs to do, and then kind of leaves him. And yeah, I mean, I don't. I'm not going to really show up any more of that, but it turned out to be pretty good. Now Now here's the second story. The art's not that bad. This is by Danny and Simon Spurrier. It's a James. Looks like it's. I'm not sure who was supposed to be out. It's supposed to be James Gordon, but yeah. But like I said, the art is not my. It's not really my cup of tea, but it's decent art. So, but overall, I'm excited for to see the next issue, and hopefully it keeps getting better. Looks like we're losing everybody. Breen, are you still there? You're muted if you are. All right. Am I still on? I don't see any more comments. Leave a comment if you can hear me, because I feel like I'm the only one here. All right. So my last book, best book of the week, is Patch number 4. I really enjoyed this. This is back to Wolverine being Wolverine. It's been really enjoying this. It's all out carnage in this issue. You got the Russians, you got the Yakuza, and then or Yakuza, however you pronounce it. Then you also have I forgot the other local, I guess it would be the communist regime, the Chinese, or whoever what country they're in. But yeah, they're all come together going against these escaped Russian mutants. Wolverine basically buys them time. You have Nick Fury, Eye Patch, the original Nick Fury, not the Samuel L. Jackson version, which everybody seems to only know apparently. Yeah, this is their So Shield not only wants these mutants, Wolverine's trying to keep them safe. Wolverine says, like, don't worry, I got this. This is, and he just basically just taunts them as he just cuts through the Yakuza. They're running away. So like, because he's moving so fast, all they see is they said if you see the claws, you're dead, and everyone's just starting to foil. It's like I said. You know what, Glinzer? They did. The other panelists put me in solitary. I don't know what's up. Skip, maybe he's busy. Ash dropped off, and holy crap! I mean, Breen, I don't know what's going on. Are you eating? You've been muted for a while. But yeah, it's my number 1 book for this week. I just enjoyed the heck out of this. It's been a while since I've read a Wolverine book where he's just going full on berserker. Yeah. Restroom. All right, so that was my number 1 book of the week. All I got left really is well, I can show you another book I picked up. I've been picking up some trades. I picked up this came out this week. Alan and Dr. Miller, a Red Agent. This came out last year. It's all collected. It's just issues 1 through 5. Yeah, I mean, I think I reviewed the last week they had Robin Hood. It was basically her and Red Agent teaming up to take on Dr. Moreau again. Good series, a good little book here. I paid $20. It's actually a nice cover. It actually has good art in here too. It's a nice cover too. It's not this crappy. It's more like I want to say not prestige, but it's a nice hard cardboard kind of like a feeling, but not too hard. It's pretty good for actually good printing quality. All right. Now onto my now these next ones. These are books I got from Engelteen's auction over at I Love Comics every Saturday night at 9 o'clock Eastern. Although he's talking about going starting an hour earlier now. So, alrighty. So that being said, I'm gonna start showing off some back issues, which I was really hoping that Breen was here because Breen was gonna like these. All right. So here, without further ado. All right, Green Arrow number 20. This is the Mike Grell. The Incredible Hulk, 274.
Can you hear?
I can hear you now.
Yay!
I can't hear the other two old people anymore.
Oh, they're good.
I've been myself for like the past 10 minutes.
Oh. Yeah, I had to completely like unplug my mic and do all. I don't know what happened, but I'm back.
All right, welcome back.
Much to the chagrin of the audience.
They're like, "Yay, he's back! We can watch him play video games."
Oh no!
So I'm just showing all the books I got from the auction. This is the one, you just missed the first one. This was the one Mike Grell, number 20. So yeah, Incredible Hulk, number 100 or 274. I think why not, man? Classic Hulk. All right. Marvel Avengers, featuring Daredevil and Kazar. They're great. That is weird. I never would have thought these two would be together, but here you go. So
Kazar and Daredevil, huh?
yeah, Kazar and Daredevil. So this is number 3. All right. Here's another one I never thought I would actually see together. Hulk and the Human Torch. From all people, number 18. All right, and we're going back to more some Green Arrow, number 19. I love the art on this, man. Look at this. Dogs.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's number 8. Number 9. I pretty much almost got the whole entire series now. Look like it's been kind of cool. Number 10. I'm excited to read all these, especially get down to the couple first issues, because from what I've been told is that Mike Grell's his writing is like, it's in the sense where it's very like a roller coaster. You'll just get to the point where you're happy and you're like, oh, it's awesome. Then you get no, it's like it's sad and it goes back to being happy again. Literally, that's gonna be fun reading it. All right, Captain America, number 250. He's the people's choice. World's Finest, right here, is it's the dollar comic. Not sure what, it's 218. That's what it is. Yeah, so that's kind of cool. Batman. All right, another World's Finest.
The finest in the world.
It is. 4 fabulous features: Superman, Batman, Green Arrow, Hawkman, and Shazam. I still count. Guys, Captain Marvel. So, flying tigers. Yeah, that's weird. All right, Marvel Tale of Spider-Man with Dr. Doom. These are the reprints of issue 5 of Amazing Spider-Man. I believe this is issue 9.
Whoa, Dr. Doom.
Yeah. Literally, dude. Like, these are reprints, but it's basically those issues. It's crazy. I'm happy with the reprint, man. Like, I don't. It's like, it's. So I'll probably never afford the original ones, but these are actually kind of nice. So. All right, and I'm not sure which one of this is supposed to be. See, if Breen was here, Breen could just tell me, but oh, we got a call.
He's on a more important phone call.
Couldn't you tell him you're on a live stream, bro?
He's talking to his real friends.
He's talking to his bookie. Sports bets. All right, so not sure. This might be, I want to say 41 or 39, somewhere on there. I'm way off probably. You're 33 maybe, or 34. But, all right, Spider-Man: The Final Chapter. This is 172, and this is basically issue 33, I think, right? 31. But I don't know. Like I said, like these are kind of cool. The fact they actually have these, and like this. I would think like the reprints would be like crazy. It'd be like $40, $50 each, because they're not true believers. They're actually like the first original reprints. Green Arrow #5.
It's strange how reprints get collector value and some don't.
Right?
Like I would think that the old classic X-Men's would be worth something.
Right?
They never, because they actually have original stories in the back.
2 follow-up stories, yeah.
And but for some reason they never caught on.
All right, #6. And then finally, #7. Yeah, I got a feeling that the classic X-Men will only take off once you start putting Hickman's House of X into those stories, into those the classic X-Men when it comes back with the new stuff the past 10 years. Maybe then they'll take off, but I don't know, man. It's weird how certain things are more popular than other things. I mean, Spider-Man I could see being more popular than the X-Men, but still, X-Men are up there. People like Wolverine, people like Gambit, people like Storm. Apparently not enough, though. I guess people are just happy with what they're getting today as far as current X-Men stories going on.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, though, I mean, it wasn't even a contest. X-Men dominated over Spider-Man.
Right.
It's kind of weird to see how, I don't know, maybe it's just because the X-Men have fallen so far, and that's why. If X-Men had stayed as strong as it once did, it probably would be a different story.
Skip, we saw you there. No, he's on camera. There he goes. You're muted. Okay.
Skip on OnlyFans. You got to pay for a subscription to get cam access.
Did you see those guns? Look at that. Sun's out, guns out.
Whatever.
Oh, he's wearing a sack shirt. Okay, and then the OnlyFans is gone. No one's buying.
Oh, people don't want to see my sack shirt, my sack jersey. Take your money back. I guess I can show the thing I made a video on.
Oh, if you look actually real quickly, I want to show this thing. If you look behind me, I got another box down there.
Yes, I saw that you had those. Those are cool. Good find.
And then I got the other one here. This is J. Scott Campbell box.
Very nice.
For $15.
Oh, I saw that today in the store. My store had a bunch of new boxes. I almost picked up one.
I needed 2 boxes, and they're cheaper than getting the ones I normally get. So what I did, I that one's all full of my Spider-Man books.
$15 for a cardboard box is like, ugh.
You know what though? I'm not putting new books in there. I'm putting the old Spider-Man books I have in there. So I know it's one spot. You know.
I was looking at it. I was like, oh, that's neat. There was like 3 boxes I wanted. They had a Death or a Dark Knight's Metal box with a Greg Capullo art.
Yeah, Doctor Strange.
Like, they had that Spider-Man one with the J. Scott Campbell, so I thought that was cool.
Did you see the Harley and Ivy one?
Yeah, I did. And then they had what was the other one that they had that I wanted? Oh, they had a Alex Ross like Justice Society.
I did not say that one. If I was
that one I might go pick up. But I was like, oh, neat. And then I was like, oh, $15.99. I was like, God.
Now, see, I have it adds my 20% discount, so a little cheaper, but still, that like, do I want gas or do I want that?
Right, I had to put gas in my car today, which fortunately, man, at Costco, gas was down to $5.19.
Wow.
We're
That's
under
the cheapest I've paid in a long time.
last I checked, I was paying under $4 now. It's dropped
Well,
like
well,
75.
la-di-da.
It dropped 75 cents, but still FJB.
Why don't you throw the salt in the wound?
Like because I'm like real people, that's the thing though. People are like, oh, he lowered the gas prices. I'm like, dude, they're just gonna double by like October after summer. It's just gonna double, especially now where I live where it gets cold up here. You're like, oh, you'll be fine.
The prices are going to go right back up
Natural,
after
yeah.
the election if the Democrats win.
the natural gas is gonna go up in price. Oh,
This is all just trying to get votes in November. And if they win the votes, they're gonna be like, "Oh, cool, we got 2 more years to just mess around."
oh. If you want the votes, drop it down to $1.
Yeah, they just got a gas price knob, and they're just like, "Oh, let's crank it up." And they're like, "Oh, it's election time. Let's crank it down. 99 cents. Who loves you, baby? The Dems. Come on, baby. Who loves you?"
Literally, it's a no-brainer. Drop it down to that because Trump had it like $1 or something here, $1.28 during it, because he was using our own oil sources. He would all these, the coal and stuff. So if we're buying foreign oil, that's actually from the Russians, and the Russians get, it's just trade hands twice. We're paying it for we're getting like the third person getting it. It's just dumb. But whatever. I don't want to talk about politics and all stuff. But I just found it funny. They're like, wow, the gas prices dropped. But
Yeah, it was only $65 to fill up my Mini today.
your Mini. Do you got 3 of them? How many? I got 5 gas cans on the stick, carrying it back to my car. My car was running out of gas. That's what you're gonna see. They're gonna see people with the little red wagons. They're gonna be pulling like gas cans in the gas. Just so they could go get their car, which broke down like 3 miles that way.
I'll tell you what, man, it is worth getting a Costco membership just for the gas.
Plus the food too, right?
Yeah, I had a hot dog for lunch today.
I was gonna say a hot dog and a soda.
$1.50. Hot dog and a soda.
I've only been to a Costco once, and I was just like, really? That's what you got me off here? And it's $1.50 for. I don't know. I've never been one to buy food in bulk and stuff like that. It just always. I mean, if you're a vendor, I can see those stores, those big box stores like that. I'm fine with it. Kroger.
Not everything is bulk there,
but they have a lot. But they are aimed like Sam's Club and Costco. They aim a lot of it's.
Yeah, I mean it's
vendors.
tailored so that you can buy in bulk, but it's absolutely like I get stuff there. You could there's these awesome chicken nuggets that I get that you can only get at Costco. They're freaking amazing. And it's just, it's just a bag, like a normal family size bag.
Let me know when they bring back the 3-liter sodas.
The who? The 3-liter sodas?
Yeah. Don't you remember
They don't
those?
have those. They don't have those out here. I haven't
We
seen
used to have, it was before I got Kroger, before I was Roundy's, Pick and Saves here. When I was really little, I remember they had the 3-liter Timberwood sodas. They had orange, grape and all that stuff. 3-liter bottles.
I used to be able to get those in Colorado, but
that was so. Oh yeah, well they got rid of them. They went away with that. But I was like, because basically the store had their own basically your bulk issue, your super size, you had the giant family size, the party size bags. Everything was all the large stuff quantities was down that aisle. But it's that was the big thing. I was like, I get the soda right there for $2-3 for a 3-liter. It's awesome. Mariko has been here the whole entire time. She's a fan of my show.
Just reminded me how hungry I am.
Hey, he's alive. What did your bookie want?
Yeah, my brother called and he just would not stop talking.
Oh, you should have. Why did you answer in the first place?
Well, the Reds have started giving away their players, and yesterday I sent out a tweet because their best outfielder is in a platoon with a guy hitting under 100. So I said, the guy's name's Tyler Naquin. I said he should just request a trade incite. If I'm going to be a platoon player, I'd rather not do it for a last place team. Well, now he's a Met.
Oh.
So I guess now he's a platoon player on a first place team.
All right. Well, now that you're back, I'm going to read a story to you. It's story time with Bankman.
Wait, the Mets are in first place?
Yeah.
So
they got a new owner that
I'm gonna read you this tonight.
No, I don't think so.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. I saw where you were showing some back issues. I figured that would be of interest to Ash.
What the hell? Why? What?
Why not?
What? Let's see. I don't know. G. Willow Wilson.
I've never read G. Wilson before. I don't have
Ash. That's the same guy that says Stephanie Phillips is a fantastic writer.
Oh, okay.
Yep. You guys are just old and cynical. It could be that.
No, we have all 5 of our senses.
I am old and I am cynical, but that doesn't make G. Willow Wilson a good writer.
You know, how do you
Stephanie Phillips one?
More than Indy Ash? How do you know if you have all your senses or not? If you didn't, you wouldn't know. You just think you did.
Well,
A back issue. Did that make any sense?
I don't know. It didn't.
I don't think so either. It offends my indie sensibilities.
My point is that you could be senile.
I could,
but he's not.
But I remember what it's like to not be senile, and it's the same.
I remember. See, my brother in back issues has something he says at the end of his videos that apparently you weren't paying attention to.
He says, "I have a channel."
No, he says read good comics.
Yeah, but also that's also subjective, though.
Well, no, please don't subjective us to any of that. G. Willow Wilson.
Enjoyment is subjective. Quality is not. Some people enjoy reading Tom King comics. Doesn't make them good.
To be fair, though, I give Skip and Zach, props for holding out that long with Human Target.
Yeah, I mean, Greg Smallwood's art was really the only reason why I could. If you would have heard me moaning to my buddy that I was buying it to read it with, he was like talking to me like I was concerned. He was like, "Hey man, like if it's affecting you that much, we could totally, like we could pick another series." I was like, "I'm sorry, man. I didn't realize how much of an issue I had with this series until I started reviewing it with you like we had planned."
So the main reason I got this, I mean, other than supporting the channel Anglety's auction, so many people tell me she's a bad writer, but I've never read her stuff before. So I hate going off of people's opinions. I want to form my own. So
I've never read any G. Willow Wilson either. Yeah. So I can't.
I read her Poison Ivy. Her 2 issues are out right now. Are pretty good. So.
That's fair. I appreciate the open-mindedness and you wanting to experience things yourself. I mean, I can't fault that. I don't like G. Willow Wilson, and there you go.
Because I've heard people say it started off good as far as we're talking about her family and doing that stuff, and then it just went off the rails. So
let's just put it this way: she was cast to write that book because of
her nationality,
her Muslim faith.
Yeah.
And they were like, "Oh, we need someone who's Muslim to write our Pakistani character."
Yeah, I can see that.
And whenever you're doing stuff like that, it's just never going to work out right.
Glinzer is because they want you to see this and this. That's why they don't care about the face. Meaning they could put any face you want up there and you guys still wouldn't like it. I don't know. Like I said, I just want to start. I'm going to start reading books. If I hate it, I learned my mistake. If I liked it, parts of it, I mean, there are some books I don't fully hate. They're just like I watched Batwoman, this series. There's parts in it that was good. Now, did it well enough to make the series a great series? No, but there were small parts I liked in that story, in the series, the cartoon, or not cartoon, but the CW show, because the girl who played Alice in there was phenomenal. It was the rest of the cast that sucked. Same with Supergirl. There were some good characters in there, good actors, but overall the story sucked. I don't know. I just want to see how bad it really is, and when it's really all bad, you'll get an old man rant from me. Okay?
I don't think you're gonna read it and go, it's all bad. It's just so just like generic white bread. It's just, yeah, you can put it in your mouth. It's not gonna gross you out. It's not gonna make you just, but it's not gonna give you anything either. You're gonna be like,
Well, I mean, I do like white bread.
That's about my opinion. You may read it and be like, this is a ton of fun. I mean,
the books I like reading are the ones that are controversial. Sometimes, so I want to see just how far it goes to a certain direction. Like I said, I like to form my own opinions on things. I take your guys in consideration.
No, you absolutely should. You should never just take people's word for it.
Ash said she sucks. I'm never reading that because he said. It's like,
well, no, I mean, like if for example, if Skip were to tell me this particular book sucks, I might avoid it just because I'm not looking, but I'm not going to now bank on it and be like, well, just because Skip says it sucks, therefore I absolutely know. I still reserve that idea of, well, I haven't read it myself. I'm not probably going to try it because I haven't heard good things, but I'm not going to tell other people it sucks, because I don't actually have firsthand knowledge. I just,
Robert Roberts, what you're comparing is apple and oranges. Obviously, cocaine, there's nobody who says it's great.
I wouldn't call G. Willow Wilson a bad writer, but I don't think she's a good writer either. She's just there.
Average.
Yeah, she's like store brand white bread.
No, Stormbreaker. Wait, Fred.
I said she's probably better than some of the other diversity hires. But again, G. Willow Wilson, Stephanie Phillips, even though I think one is light years better than the other, neither one of them would be lucky to get a backup story in an annual 30 years. Well,
here's this. I'll say this going forward. If you see me with anything by Vita, put me down.
Yeah, and didn't G. Willow Wilson leave comics because she was just tired of comics?
No.
True Wonder Woman, I know that.
Yeah, she's been.
When she left Miss Marvel, there was a whole thing. She was like, I'm done. She didn't want to do comics. She wanted to go do something else.
Oh, that I don't know.
I don't remember what it was, but it made me kind of just nod my head and go, yeah, that makes sense. It never seemed like your heart was really into this. You weren't really a comic person. You just sort of stumbled into on this, kind of like Gail Simone. It's like, oh yeah, this is better than being a hairstylist.
I don't think G. Willow Megan Fitzmartin is in comics to fuck over everybody that likes them by her own admission, and just not in those words. I don't think G. Willow Wilson came in to do any damage. She's just there.
Yeah, I would agree. I never got a maliciousness from her.
Okay, so apparently she left in 2019. She announced that she was leaving the title, Miss Marvel. Since Steve Orlando took over. And she says, I've been getting questions. Yes, I'll be leaving Wonder Woman and also in a couple months just to make room for my schedule for the bucket list dream project I keep hinting at. So I'm not sure where she went to after this, but she was writing this and also reading Wonder Woman at the same time, in 2019. I'm not sure where she went to after that, but sounds like she went and got another comic book. So I don't know if you look at the industry though. But
yeah, Moran just brought up a point about Eve viewing, but I don't know if she had anything to offer other than making Riri slightly more interesting, because I think they gave her the outlaw story, and apparently that just was flat. So I mean, maybe she's good at writing Ironheart better than Bendis, who was afraid to give her any flaws. But that might have been her like one trick as a comic writer. But and she got out. But she was also recruited to write. She was cast.
Right. All right.
Yeah, and Eve Ewing had the benefit of getting on a project that could hardly be worse.
That's that too.
You know, it's like all you got to do is just completely not crap the bed, and you're gonna seem good.
And sharing characteristics with the character she was writing, she would be able to give her a flaw without being flogged on Twitter. So that probably helped.
All right. So, Skip, I thought you left to go watch your Paper Dolls show. Apparently, that just dropped a day early.
Yes, it did, baby. Yes, it did. Brian K. Vaughan's doing this thing where like if you like answer some question or something like that, they're giving away like this exclusive bundle of Paper Girl stuff, which is pretty cool. So I'm gonna try to win that because I like exactly. I like BKV. I really like the Paper Girl story. Excited to finally see it on the screen. Sad that we still don't get no East of West yet, but maybe one day. But speaking of books from Image Comics, I was able to get Ice Cream Man Sunday edition early, and I am very excited about that.
Cool.
Yes.
It's supposed to come out August 3rd, but I purchased a bundle from the man himself, W. Maxwell Prince.
Wow.
And as soon as he got his comps, he started shipping them out. So it's a really good quality cover too. I mean, like just the cover of it, the paper. I went through it. I posted an unboxing video on my channel, just a really quick one. My main camera is down right now. I don't have it, so I use my phone to record it. But I'm gonna post an overview going through it and talking about more of the features of the hardcover either later tonight or tomorrow morning.
Right.
And then start reviewing them because I'm like, I don't know what I want to do. I want to do content, but I was just kind of stuck on like what I want to do. But I think I'm just gonna review some issues of review every issue of Ice Cream Man, maybe like one or two a week. Try to get people more into it, and then talk to my twin since he's gonna reread Hickman's Fantastic Four. Since we've gotten the Secret Wars news finally, I was rereading Avengers and New Avengers, and I was towards the end of the Infinity event. I was in the middle of it, but I'm totally down to just start from the beginning and read it all the way up again. Because damn it, that run was just.
So here's my pitch. When you review it, open up eating some ice cream.
When I review it, do what?
Open up, we're eating some ice cream. Like, oh, hey, what's going on, guys? Put it down. And just go into the box.
If I wasn't on a diet right now, I completely would. But I gotta drop at least 20 pounds before this wedding. I have to DJ. So
Hey, maybe just fake like you're eating it.
oh, there we go. Yeah.
Sugar free. There you go.
Sugar. if there's calorie free, then we would really be onto something.
There's got to be like diabetic like ice cream, right? You'd think we're in a world where we have like healthy cookies now and stuff. It's weird.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the thing though. Like healthy food, you can still eat too much healthy food versus like healthy versions of stuff versus like trying to really cut down on calories is like a whole nother battle. But as I drop weight, I do reward myself. So maybe like every 5 pounds, I'll do an Ice Cream Man review, and I'll order some Cold Stone.
I don't know how to say this tactfully, but that shirt you're wearing That's only slimming in NBA win columns.
Thanks, Eric Breen. Thanks
Right.
so much.
Friday is saying you can have an outshine bar. Those are real fruit and low calorie.
You know, actually, I do have some of those in my freezer because my kids bought some. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Maybe instead of Ice Cream Man, it'll be Popsicle Man, I guess.
Well, the Ice Cream Man sells popsicles, right?
Oh,
Not this Ice Cream Man.
No, they're not, because apparently a lot of the trucks aren't running because they can't afford the fuel.
Right.
I saw that. I heard that yesterday.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, dang. But yeah, Panther asked this question. The Ice Cream Man sure does sell popsicles. Those used to be some of my favorite.
I never got ice cream from an Ice Cream Man. I always got some sort of popsicle.
According to an article on found in the comics, Black Panther with Wakanda Forever Lego sets to appear to reveal the identity of Marvel's new Black Panther.
You know those trucks. It's not just ice cream. There's that back of the truck that no one ever talks about.
And are you getting ready to talk about it?
Eric sounds very knowledgeable about this. Tell us more, Eric.
Yeah, Eric, tell us more. Hold on, let me get my recording device out.
It's like they used to say that that place is running numbers in the back. You don't know what else is in that ice cream truck. I'm just saying.
No, there was some I used to live in Salinas, and there were some ice cream trucks that sold drugs. Like my cousin bought some and showed us. So yeah, it'd be out there.
You get some Crack Rocky Road.
Dude, we have an ice cream. The Ice Cream Man that's in my neighborhood. It's so nuts. I do not understand to this day.
Is it the name? It's so nuts.
No, I've been out here for like 4 years, a little over 4 years now. Like, I hear the ice. I don't ever see him. I live on just like a normal like residential street. I hear the ice cream. By the time I hear the truck sounds like ding ding ding, the ice cream thing. That thing he must drive down the street at like 25 miles an hour, and just is gone. It's like. I'm like, how do you sell any product? Like, by the time I hear it, if I get up and to go outside, he'd be already like past the street.
It's here too, man. They're doing 15 miles per hour. And unless there's television, it's like 25.
When I was growing up as a kid, now I grew up like in an apartment complex or whatever, but like the Ice Cream Man would come by and he would like drive through the parking lot, and then he would just sort of like stop and just let the siren just go for like 5 minutes. And give a chance for like the whole neighborhood to like come out. This guy is it's like the Doppler effect. You're like, what are you doing, dude?
What you didn't see, if you'd look for another minute, you'd have seen a cop on a souped up Segway chasing him.
So I'm curious though. Speaking of Ice Cream Man, like guys, what music did it play when you guys growing up, going past you?
Do 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 do. The Entertainer, right?
Yep. Yeah, I've heard that. And I've also heard about Pop Goes the Weasel.
Really?
It's weird. It's like
That's weird.
I know.
I hate that, man. That ever like when I was a little kid, like the Jack in the Boxes would do the little like get like that anticipation of the things like gonna pop up as a small like toddler. That built up so much anxiety that it like to this day when I hear that I'm like, ugh.
I'd like to see one play like, Enter Sandman or Highway to Hell or something as they're coming down the street.
That would be hilarious.
Ice Cream Men are now pushing cars in local parks because Bay Area traffic is scary. That's. You know what? They probably are pushing cars because they don't have gas to drive the car.
Kids, I'm going to jump off here and get something to eat. If you guys are still going when I'm finished, I'll come back on. But
I don't know how much longer we're going. I mean, you guys have anything else to share or talk about? I don't want to ramble too much, but
we can let We can let
I
Papa
didn't read
Breen
my
go
comics.
eat his food. Oh, Ash didn't. Okay, later, Papa Breen.
All right.
Enjoy your foods.
See you, kids.
Yep.
So I got a Skybound X, and I had my store picked me up a foil cover for the James Herron foil cover of Skybound X from Comic-Con. And I was like, cool. So I went to the store to pick it up today. Well, when she had texted me that she had it, like, we got you a copy. She's like, oh, it's got your copy. It's going to be $20. I was like, oh, I didn't realize I was going to have to pay $20 for this. Like, I was like, but I was like, my bad. Like, we never actually set terms or anything. I just asked to pick it up, and she offered. So it's like, oh, I was like, and she's like, oh, I'm so sorry. And I'm like, no, don't worry about it. Like, I should have said something. I'll pay the. So I show up to the store today, and she gives me my books, and then it's like, it's just the normal cover, and I'm like, what? Where's the thing? She's like, oh, we sold it. I was like, I thought you didn't want it. I was like, so they sold it, and I got the normal cover. And she's like, I'll try to get you another one. And I was like, nah, just let's just not worry about it. Like, maybe this is a sign. I wasn't really looking to be buying $20 comics. As cool as the cover looks and everything, like, but well. So that's my story of comic book adventures.
This has been story time with Ash. Check back next week.
What were your picks for this week?
Hold on.
I know one of them.
All right, and Skip
So
and
this
Todd,
is-
his unboxing link is in the chat. So
This is like a week or two of polls.
LK, is that you?
So Skybound X actually came out last week.
Yep.
Right.
I just got the normal Ryan Otley cover.
Okay.
But it's cool. I mean, it's cool. And then I got Usagi Ojimbo 29.
Nice.
One of the best ongoing comics in comics.
No, that's cool.
35 years.
What issue are they on now? Are they legacy numbers?
This is issue 29. And actually, yes, they sort of do have legacy numbers, but they're like inside. Hold on, I pulled out. They don't like print it on the cover.
1000.
No, it hasn't been in like constant publication.
So maybe it's 600.
They used to print it. Let me see if they still do.
I'd imagine closer, probably 400 or 600. Probably 400. Something.
No, it was in the 200s last
Oh, was
I
it?
saw.
Oh, okay, was that okay?
Yeah, number 267 in a series, it says.
Okay.
So, yeah, so that's pretty cool. I like that IDW is actually doing that because this is the first time that IDW has done Usagi, so obviously they're going to start their own numbering. I don't fault them for that. Usagi's been through like at least 4 different publishers, so but it's pretty cool for that purpose. Then I got Undiscovered Country. The book is still just chugging along, unnoticed by everybody. And then I got Good Boy.
Wait, isn't that the whole point? It's Undiscovered Country.
Right? Oh, and I just noticed my copy is all damaged.
Uh-oh.
Man.
A lot of things going unnoticed.
Dang it. That fires me up.
Ash on fire.
Dang it.
Gonna have to take
Yeah,
it
it's
back
like all
down and have them
jank.
swap it out.
I wonder if they will.
Okay,
I'll have to talk to my like the corner's all like dinged up, and that's a bother. I mean, not like this issue is gonna be worth anything. It's only issue 19, but just my anal retentiveness. It's kind of cool that that's still going on. I like ongoing comics. Have I ever mentioned that?
Yeah.
Good Boy, volume 2, issue 3. I really wish that they just wouldn't have done a second volume. I just wish they would have just kept running this.
So I heard that that's supposed to be the opposite of John Wick. It's where the John Wick's dog survived.
No, it's not really the opposite of John Wick. But
think-
it is definitely a play. It's in a weird comic-y fantasy world where there are like anthropomorphic dog people.
Okay.
And cat people. Just think of like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. There's anthropomorphic.
I think I'm going right to High Evolutionary.
No, I think like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, where there's like people, like animal people. And so the whole premise of this is there's two cops. One's normal human. One is dog human. An anthropomorphic dog
Man's
person.
best friend.
And that dog his partner gets killed.
Oh.
So then he goes on to avenge. And then, of course, I got Righteous Thirst for Vengeance, which I'm super bummed about because I found out there's only going to be one more issue.
Yeah, skip a Sandman.
And I am super annoyed with that. But what can you do?
We tried, Ash. We tried to tell more people to read it. We just
I bought it. I tried to support it.
Like I said, it's all in the name. Should have been a Wongful Thirst for Justice.
A Wongful.
Yep.
It stinks, man, because I try to support these books that, people's like, oh, I'm just going to wait for the trade. And I'm like, well, there won't be a trade if you don't support the floppies. But I understand also waiting for trade because some books just aren't good enough. But I don't cry about the mediocre books that don't make it because then I'm like, well, if it wasn't good, I don't need a trade anyway.
See, I've been buying the oversized omnibus trades. They have of Deadly Class. They released a third one.
Right.
So
Deadly Class is still going strong.
Well, it's ending soon.
Right, but it's ending on its terms.
Yeah.
And it's got a full arc still that's finishing up.
But
this book was announced to be ending. They're like, one more issue. You're like, wait a second. It feels like there is a ton of story in this. It feels like I'm only just read through the first chapter. And so I don't know how they're going to wrap this up. But they say like, oh, we're going to be able to end it the way we planned. And, I think there's probably partial truth to that. I think that whatever the final resolution will be, but there's so much meat in between that we didn't get. And I really feel like they kind of did this with Ascender, and it's just a lot of indie comics. It's a sad thing. Like they don't get to really do their vision.
And I wonder if it's truly because of low print sales, or is this the fact that they're not being advertised? Like all the other books were more advertised than these books.
Well, they get advertised, but they get advertised in their other friends' indie books, and so there's only so far that it can get going. And, of course, like they give preview copies for publications and stuff like that, which is supposed to be another form of advertisement. The publications speak about them and the reviewers talk about them, so more people know about it. But that they don't have the reach of the big two. I will say this though, at least for not all, but indie comics where it's like, well, Kirkman is the highest because he's got the most money, so he can make books that aren't selling go as long as he wants to because he's got money to the high heavens. But for people like Remender and Hickman, maybe five years ago, at the very least, if they knew what the ending was, they may have to rush it, but at least we do get an ending. How many, big two books do we hear about where it's like, oh yeah, that's getting canceled, and then like they don't even get there?
True.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, in Marvel and DC, this happens all the time where it's just like, oh, but this title's getting yanked. The difference though is usually those titles are getting yanked because they're terrible. Usually. Absolutely. Not always, but usually. This case, Righteous Search for Vengeance, is one of the best. Amazing. It is, and it just saddens me because on one hand, I kind of understand I would not have picked this book up if it wasn't for you, Skip. It was one day when you posted on the League of Comic Geeks, you said something like, this was your number one pick, and it was like the same week that Firepower came out, and I was like, huh?
Yep.
Really? Better than Fire? Like, come on, really? And that made me just go, I gotta see for myself, like Venkman, right? Like, I gotta see for myself what this is all, because I was kind of ready, like, be like, I don't think this is as good, you know. But I read it and I was like, oh yeah, like, and every issue just was like, oh yeah, and it hooked me. But it on the cover, like, just looking on the shelf, did not win me over. Like, and I think, you know, you mentioned Paper Girls. I looked at that comic so many times and I was like, this is not a comic for me, just judging it by its cover. Then I see the trailer for it for the TV adaptation. I'm like, oh, what's this? This looks really cool. And at the end, it's like Paper Girls. And I was like, this is Paper Girls. I was like, what? I was like, I didn't know the book was about this.
Yeah.
I want to go read it now.
Speaking of which, I'm probably going to watch that and watch Terminal List too, since they're both on Amazon.
Oh, dude. Terminal List. Holy cow.
Yeah, I heard
what a good show.
I heard it's unapologetic, manly Chris Pratt.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Like, I'm getting used to it now. I'm on the last episode, so I'm 7 episodes in out of 8. And like the first couple episodes, I was like, this does not, like, Chris Pratt feels miscast, because it's like,
Who you're seeing is the goofy, pushover, you know?
yeah, but like it wasn't so much that I didn't think Chris Pratt could do serious. It was just more like this guy that he's playing is like hardcore Navy SEAL, just like man. And I'm like, yeah. Chris Pratt, I'm like, I'm just not buying it from you, buddy. Like, but as the show's been going, he's really won me over. Like, he has put his all into this show.
Did he get into shape for this too?
I mean, he's not out of shape.
I know.
I watched an interview with Men's Magazine, and he said he went through like some additional training because he really wanted to sell off the physicality.
So yeah,
he definitely has, like, he put on some muscle. Like, you can see he's probably not as cut as maybe, but you know what? He's playing. Actually, though, he's playing a 40-year-old Navy SEAL, so he's not playing like in the prime of their life. Oh yeah, 25-year-old rip.
But those guys, though, you see those guys with the training over that, so it's like you want to make it look believable. You know, like,
he's believable. He's definitely everything about this show. Like, I went in thinking I was gonna like it because it's getting a lot of hype and people. I was like, I'm probably gonna like it. It's probably gonna be fun.
Yeah.
I was not expecting to like it as much as I am, and each episode gets on like it. I didn't know what to expect, and like the first 2 episodes go like one direction, and then on the 3rd episode it like takes a hard turn into a different, like, and I was like, what?
Do you
I don't know what to expect?
That's how I was with the old man. I watched Jeff Bridges, and like, oh, that's Jeff Bridges, and I watched the first episode. It's like, okay, that was cool, and then like the second episode, I was like, holy crap! And they just did the season finale, and it's supposed to come back for another round. But like, it's doing those things where he has, like, he's remembering when he's younger, and then it's going to present day, and like, and just no matter if it's Jeff Bridges or the guy in the past who's playing him, it's just awesome. So, and we've been lucky to have great shows coming out on TV. We had Jack Reacher, we had The Boys, it's a Terminal List now, and Old Man. It's like, dude, it's like, it feels like we're winning.
Yeah, I really enjoyed Jack Reacher. That's a really good, fun series. This blows
Reacher. It's called. Yeah.
This blows Reacher out of the water.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, Reacher's fun. Don't get me wrong. Like, I really enjoy it. I'm looking forward to the next season. But just as like a critical review, like, just so many aspects from the writing, the acting, the production values. Like, every episode is like watching feature film quality content. It's just really well done. And for me personally, this is subjective, but I really like how serious it is. Like, they don't ever do the normal like Hollywood tropes of like having a comic relief character to like add some levity, which is nothing necessarily wrong, right? But at the same time, it's just a different approach. Reacher will have Like, you know, when you watch
minor jokes, yeah.
the character, you know, the character's like in a show, like he's not a real dude. And that's fine. Sometimes it's totally fun. Like, but also sometimes I really appreciate when I can get lost into the drama because it never acts Hollywoody. It acts like real people would act.
Okay,
I
that's
very much enjoyed that.
Like I
And like I
said,
said, Chris Pratt, he won me over. Like he's doing this hardcore serious role. I'm like, dang. And he's an executive producer, so I think that's part of the reason why this show is what it is I think he probably had a lot of say.
well,
in
the director
Definitely.
didn't the director also come out in his defense and stuff because they were trying to attack him for it because they don't like how like they're trying to say it's toxic masculinity. And I think the director came out and just basically told him like I forgot what he said, but he came on defense of Chris Pratt in this whole script and he just told him no. It's like, well, I guess it's not me for you then.
I
Basically.
mean, he better come out and defend him. Chris Pratt is the executive producer. If he
What?
wants another job, he better come out and
No,
defend him.
but because they mainly were attacking. They didn't really attacking Chris Pratt. They were basically they're attacking like the actual show, entire show itself. And I forgot what he said, but it was an article about 2 or 3 weeks ago when it first dropped. They were going after it, and I'm just glad to see people actually like sticking up for their product what they put out versus.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, like the book that it's based on a Jack Carr novel, and Jack Carr, the author, has a reputation of being like a kind of hardcore, like conservative patriot kind of guy who writes books that are, you know, that are more going to be appealing to the MAGA crowd, let's just say. And I think that reputation carried over to people just making assumptions about the show. When I watch the show, I don't get that feeling at all. Like there's no real politics in it. You know, the show has a fictional concept of like what's happening that causes the protagonist to get involved in things, but it's a very non like partisan type of thing. It's kind of like it's kind of like corruption. If you think of that, it's like,
Okay, what was the director's
corruption's not necessarily a right or left issue. It's just like, you know, so I'm not going to spoil anything, but for those, I would highly recommend. If people sold it to me as like, oh, it's just the Punisher as a show. Like, you know, I was like, it's more than that, but it's also not too far off. So if anyone likes a Punisher style story, this one is very well done.
Yeah.
It has lots of twists and turns with the plot. Like it keeps you engaged the whole time.
So
I'm
here's
constantly like, go ahead.
Yeah. So I want to say, correct what I said. I wasn't the director. It was actually the author, Jack Carr, who's a former Navy SEAL himself. When it was basically they're criticizing it, he says it falls in line with everything that I understand about the current culture and climate in America right now. It seems to have triggered quite a few of those critics. And he continues to say the 95% viewer rating, audience rating, makes it all worth it. We didn't make it for the critics. We made it for those in the arena. We made it for the soldier, the sailor, the airman, the marine. Those are that went down to Iraq and Afghanistan. Those like so they could sit down and on a couch and say, you know what, hey guys, I actually put in I put in the work in this. It's basically saying, and these guys put in the effort to make something special and make a show that speaks to them. And then that 95% rating lets me know that we at least got close because, and that's the thing. It's like it should be like if those guys are actually there, a lot of them. They know what went down, but a lot of people do not know because they either don't care or the media's downplayed what they've done. So I think that's kind of cool that actually like they get something that's authentic, you know. Now that being said, I wasn't there, so I can't back up Jack Carr, but it seems that people like the show, and that's usually what matters the most because otherwise you get a failed project, you know. And
yeah, a lot of the things I've heard complaints about don't seem to exist in the show. Like, and I think it's just that the book has more details about things. Like, apparently, from what I've read of descriptions, like some of the villains in the book are like Democrat politicians, and that's triggering, of course, people who like Democrat politicians are going to be like, oh, but the show doesn't delve into any of that. The show is just, here's a Navy SEAL. He's put into a situation that's pretty bad. There's essentially villains for the show. The villains are just villains. They're not political, like it's very much, it really tries to steer clear. It's just like it's a good versus bad type story.
All right. Rhaegar is saying Jennifer Walter, She-Hulk, CGI discuss. We kind of went over, me and Byrne and Skip kind of went over that early in the beginning of the stream. We talked about the trailer that dropped, and I haven't seen the new trailer, but what I've seen and what Brain had said and Skip had said, they basically said it basically feels like John Byrne kind of run without the good art, So they're looking forward to it. I'll wait till I get the first episode to really decide if I like it or not. But so far, it looks okay. It doesn't look bad. I'm not triggered by it. I've seen movies with bad art before. I've seen good movies or bad movies with good art, good CG or CGI. I can't, because I'm not going to say it's a bad thing. But yeah, so I admit that the CGI looks kind of wonky. But you know what though? It could turn out to be better, and you just get used to the art, used to the CGI. That's, like I said, I don't know. I can't really judge it. But if you want me to judge it based on the trailer alone, I haven't seen the new trailer. I've only seen the original one.
I try to keep my mind open about all the MCU projects because sometimes they really surprise me.
Miss Marvel surprised me.
And especially in the Phase 4. The shows that I was really expecting to love, I didn't, and the shows I was expecting to be like, turned out to be like, oh. Like I really thought Falcon and Winter Soldier was going to be my jam. I was like all super soaked. I was like, dude, we're going to get like Lethal Weapon done with with Falcon and Winter Soldier. I was like, dude, you can't lose. Like how do you mess that up? And then I saw the show and I was like, oh, that's not at all what we got. Like this is what the hell.
You know what came out of becoming Lethal Weapon on Fox.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that's really bad. Yeah, I really was like, dude, a buddy cop with Falcon and Winter Soldier, sign me up. This, and the first episode opens up so great, and I was like, oh, cool.
Yep.
And then it went hardcore political, anyways. And then there were shows like Loki, which I was like, I don't really like stories where the villain is like the hero.
Yeah.
I'm not, doesn't even look like a Loki story. What is going on? And that became one of my favorite Marvel things to date. So I try to just keep an open mind. Maybe She-Hulk will totally impress me, but I will say, subjectively, when I look at the trailers, it does not look like it's a show meant for me. It looks like it's
fair.
It looks like it's trying to appeal to wine ants.
Maybe when you watch the first episode, maybe it'll change, or maybe you'll say the same. Yeah. I remember you saying you didn't like Loki midway through it.
Yeah. The first couple episodes, I was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
And honestly, Loki didn't really reveal itself to me until the second time through. The first time I was just kind of like bewildered. And then when I saw it the second time, like all the things started clicking and I was like, oh, I get this is amazing. I've totally missed all this stuff the first time.
Yeah, I guess
it's really intelligent. I really like intelligent writing, and that's kind of one of the reasons I think I like Jonathan Hickman. Is his plots are just really thought out and sophisticated, and I thought Loki had a similar type of vein to it. Like it wasn't necessarily the most emotional show or things like that, but there was a lot of intricacies to it that I didn't catch the first time. And when shows have to make me work to get the most out of them, me personally, I enjoy that.
Second season of Loki, I want Throg in there. Get him out of the glass jar. That's so great. Do you see that they came out in June a month ago? They came out with a pop figure of that Funko Pop. He's in the jar.
Oh, that's cool. No,
I know. I was like, I gotta go online. I think I saw it for like $30 though. But I was like, ah. I was like, I hate Funko Pops, but I have like 2 or 3 because of certain character. But I don't want to pay too much for something that I'm just gonna like. Okay, it's kind of cool. Like the Stan Lee one that you've got one on yours. I think you have. Is it Forky and Stan Lee?
I have a Forky pop and a Stanley pop.
Yeah. I have the Batman Beyond pop, and I think a Wally West Kid Flash. And then I do have 4 of them actually. I think about now. I didn't realize that. I got What About Bob, and I got Peter Venkman. So those are my 4 pops. I mean, if I get a 5th one, I'm done. And that's gonna be the Throg one. So
yeah,
but
Throg's kind of neat.
Because
I get a Doctor Doom pop.
my sister, she's like big Garfield fan. She's like, if you ever find the Garfield pop, I'm like, dude, if I find the Garfield pop figure, it's gonna be like probably $400. I've never seen one before in the wild before.
Did they make one?
They made one.
Oh wow!
Exactly. I'm like, I have no idea where it is, but who has it. But I mean, I would assume it's a rare pop, and yeah. Because they had the Ninja Turtle pops, all 4 of them, the original Ninja Turtle ones. They had the black and white ones, and then they had the cartoon or the live action movie one, and then they have the Nickelodeon sets. It's like I can see how they're making bank off that, but I thought Funkos were going out of business though, apparently. But I guess they turned a corner. But
they're sure printing a lot of freaking pops for going out of business.
Holy crud. He said he's just got a Starfire Funko Pop this weekend. And, yes, we're still going, Zach. I'm sorry. Did you just get home, want to jump on?
We were waiting for you, Zach.
Yeah. We even had cake, but we ate all of it. So. I remember when Zach had top billing on this show. The times are changing. Zach never had really a top billing. He was mentioned in the description, but it wasn't top billing though.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean,
all over my twin like that, huh?
That's harsh.
Actually, I don't think anybody got billing except for me. Or actually, no. Let me look at the description. I think Zach's in the description actually. But when I did introduce the guys separately though. Here.
Well, we're one person, so you can always just.
Oh, you are right. Zach does not get any billing in here. Only people get billing here are the Frog and Puppetine. Jeez. See, I don't even get any billing. Colin Frog does.
So you give billing to a guy who's not on the show, and not billing to a guy who is.
I didn't get billing anybody really in the description.
You just said Puppetine.
Well, oh yeah, I don't consider him a guy.
Puppetine on this show,
but it's Puppetine's channel. He just rents it out to us. He's a horrible landlord. Sometimes his stream breaks down. Sometimes it leaks. It's just not a good place. And the things that Zach has to do in order to get this for this low rent. But yeah, Zach, if you want to jump on, sure. Nobody gets it billing. It's a recession. Sure, pretty much. All right. Hold on here. What were we talking about? We're talking about Loki. All right, Throg, Funko Pops. Any other shows? Skip, are you watching anything?
I'm getting ready to watch Paper Girls, but you already mentioned that.
You're like, can we end this?
You know me, I don't really watch shows because I don't like to watch them alone.
I watched season 4 of Stranger Things, and I'm gonna say Justice for Eddie, Steve, Dustin, and Eddie. Those are my top 3 characters in that show.
Yeah, Stranger Things was good. Yeah, this is a pretty strong time for television right now.
I know what's going to happen in the fall. Nothing. We're done. The closest I get to billing is Aunt Frances Morania. You know, that's the Palpatine. That's not me. If I had a say in it, you'd get top billing over Zach. Hey, Zach's here. Oh God.
Wait, what?
Nothing. What's going on?
Not much. Not much. How are y'all doing?
Oh, well,
Doing good.
We went into the weeds. We smoked them. We're done now.
You smoked them. You're not supposed to smoke them. This is a family-friendly channel.
Well, we're much friendly now.
Oh, Starfire. That's a family-friendly Starfire there.
Yeah, that it is family-friendly. It's not the Wolfman Perez. It is much more family-friendly. But yeah.
So it's more grown up.
Yeah, found it at a Hot Topic. I was at the mall last weekend. I went in to go get some shoes, and I straight into Hot Topic.
You went to this. It's sad when you go to a mall for shoes. Are there any guy stores in there?
Yeah, there's a few. Well, there's some nerd stores in there too. We have like a local video game store. They have a store. I'm trying to think of the name of it. They do a bunch of wall art, like posters and canvases of like movies and sports and a bunch of stuff.
And what is it, FYE?
No, it's not FYE. We used to have an FYE years ago, but they shut it down. I think it was. No, Rhaegar, I don't shop at Hot Topic for shoes. I got shoes from the shoe department.
Yeah,
the shoe department.
Hot Topic for toys. Get it right.
No, I go into Hot Topic.
Oh, that's Spencer's.
I look for. No, we had a Spencer's. I think that one closed too.
I'm just saying that's where you go for toys, but not
my sister and my wife. I go in there from time to time, see if there's any kind of whenever our birthday or Christmas is coming. Usually, it's a safe bet to get them.
My mall is pretty much the only gender or I guess neutral thing for guys to go into. It basically is the arcade. Other than that,
you don't even have an arcade.
It's all clothing stores.
We've got some sports friendly. We got some sports stores. We have a GameStop. We've got a good. It's a good balance.
In the mall. It's gone.
GameStop in the mall.
It's gone.
Oh, your GameStop is?
It's gone. Out of the mall.
Well, ours is still going.
They're closing around here.
I know. I keep reading that every now and then. I always read like a whole bunch of GameStop stores closed. We've had one. We have like 5 around where I live, and I think one of them is closed in the last 4 years.
I used to go to EB Games until they got bought out by GameStop.
We used to have an EB Games, actually. We used to have EB.
Dude, it was great. I had EB Games downstairs, and then upstairs in the mall. So I was like, competitive pricing, yes.
Undead Quint, yes, Hot Topic does have a lot of nerd merch now. If there is a store let me back up. Hot Topic also has like a sister store called Box Lunch that has a lot more nerd stuff, and they're really cool. If you like go shop there and you have a total, like say it's like $19.90, they give you the option to round it up to $20, and they donate the 10 cents to like the local food bank or something like that.
That's cool.
Yeah, so but I don't think they're as common as the Hot Topics. I think the one we have is the only one in Louisiana. But if you have access to one, they're a really cool store. They have a lot more nerdy and fandom driven stuff than Hot Topic does.
Yeah.
But
I mean, once Radio Shack closed in my mall, I knew it was over for any guy stuff.
Oh, dude, I haven't seen a Radio Shack in years.
That's what I mean. It's been all aimed towards women in the mall. It's just like, why would I even go there anymore? There's a food court. That's great. I can go.
It looked like it was starting to have a renaissance with Radio Shack for a little bit. It looked like it was going to start coming back, and then they all went away.
I think there is still a Spencer's in my store in the mall, but it's been like 3 years since I've been there. And then they brought back the arcade. Originally had an arcade, but the reason they got the arcade is the same reason they got rid of the movie theater that was there, because the gangs would come in, or just. Not really gangs, more of like unruly kids. And
so
they just got rid of it. They got tired of the loitering.
I can understand that.
So, but for guys though, we had like a thing called Gadzooks. I think was one of them. There was Foot Locker, Lids, Champs.
We've got those.
Foot Locker, I think is still in there. But I mean, like a lot of the guy stuff is just gone. I mean,
we used to have a lot more, and I wouldn't say it was guy stuff. We had more, I guess, like gender neutral stuff. We had a board game shop that was really cool. We had a Hallmark. I don't know how many guys like to say they go to Hallmark, but that one closed down. My brother actually had his first job there. That one closed down. Yeah, I mean, it's more gender. I mean, obviously, stuff like Victoria's Secret. Okay,
Well,
obviously, that's
things are right. When I mean like guys, I mean like toxic masculinity stores are gone.
Oh yeah, I don't think we ever had any of those really. Like, we never had like. I mean, we have shops like that. They're just not at the mall.
I tell you, the first time when I walked into a Spencer's, the back part of Spencer's,
Never went to the back part.
it just ruins you.
If I have to, I stay up in the front where the sunlight.
You're
once you leave the area where the sunlight doesn't come in anymore, you're gone.
I remember it was like 10 or 12 walking there. I was like, what's this plant thing? It was in the back here, and looking at it, I was like, and then I was like, oh, there's boobs. Oh, look, that's a dildo. I was just like, after that, I was like, I'm just going the other direction. Where's the lights?
It's a dark, shadowy place.
I just can't believe that Spencer is being in the mall. They're allowed to sell adult products, adult toys.
I guess as long as you keep them in the back where like the kids can't see them.
For those who remember Suncoast, they sold porn, but they had it covered though.
They had the cardboard. Yeah, we used to have a Suncoast. I used to love going to Suncoast actually because they had all the cool movie stuff.
Well, that's where I discovered.
You're right though. They would have like the opaque coverings with the cardboard coverings.
That's where I discovered anime and manga was actually at Suncoast.
Suncoast is in Paper Girls. Just saying.
Oh my gosh, is there? Now I'm definitely watching.
I'm telling you, everybody that's our age should read Paper Girls because just for the nostalgia alone, you'll be like, "Oh my gosh, I remember that." No, they're relating that. Oh,
Stranger Things, what?
Hey, Stranger Things is awesome. Thank you. So is the Orville. If you're not watching the Orville this new season that's on Hulu, it's awesome. Like, it's not as funny as it was advertised when it was first coming out. It still has some funny moments, but it's really, really good. I don't even like Star Trek future sci-fi that much, but the Orville is really cool.
I guess they're saying you're in IMAX.
Why am I in IMAX? I'm in IMAX, or
because you're in the large screen.
Wait a second. How is it you can say I don't like Star Trek that much, but I like Orville?
That's how good Orville is. I can't explain it. I normally don't go for like the...
It's literally a ripoff of Star Trek.
Oh, no, I know it is. It's like Galaxy Quest, except Galaxy Quest is funnier.
Galaxy Quest is a comedy. Orville is like actually tries to be Star Trek.
But when Orville was first coming out, I think it was marketed as more of a comedy because it's like from Seth MacFarlane, from Family Guy.
I agree. When it was marketed that way, and I went into it expecting it to be like a parody, but yeah, they kind of went away from that pretty quick and was like,
it's now more
Seth MacFarlane being like, I wish I could do Star Trek. I'm going to make my own.
It's a lot more thought provoking, which I like it. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I just didn't stick with Star Trek this long to get a feel for it. But no, I'm really liking it. I think there's a new episode out tonight.
I would say it's basically the same as Star Trek. Like if you go back to what original like Next Generation is the same.
They do have that one guy. It seems like his alien race is almost a ripoff of the Klingons. Like he's like the big burly guy with the weird head shape. Like it's like you guys just copied Klingons, but changed the wording a little bit on it.
Star Wars, Star Trek.
Star Wars is different. Star Trek is sci-fi. Star Wars is like space fantasy. There's a difference. There's a big difference.
I thought Star Wars was faith-based.
Wait, faith-based?
There's the evil and the good. The Jedi, they're was it believing God? There was no believing God.
I mean,
use the Force.
Well, you say faith-based. My parents, when I was younger, would say no. My parents were very concerned. We weren't allowed to watch Star Wars till I was like 12 or 13. But how are the comics this week for y'all?
Pretty good. And I agree. You should not be watching Star Wars as a kid when there's incest kiss in there.
There's one. Oh, get out of here. That's not even the most. Anyway.
Zach, who hasn't shared, but he went to a.
No, I need to.
You went to a bachelor party tonight, didn't you?
Bachelor party was last night. Tonight was the wedding rehearsal.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say.
Bachelor party was fun. We went to this restaurant. It's like they do like burgers and sandwiches, but they also do breakfast, like all day breakfast. So we went to go do that, and apparently they do they have a bakery in their restaurant too. They bake like pies and cakes and stuff.
How
So
crazy was the bachelor party? Like on the level, is that like the movie with
no,
donkeys and stuff?
it's the youth pastor that's getting married, so it wasn't that.
Oh, so you guys
it wasn't like the movie.
So you guys just played Fortnite all night.
No, we went to the restaurant. We had dinner. We had some boozy milkshakes.
Ooh.
No, it was like rum and condensed milk and like some other. Dude, best milkshake I've ever had in my life. It was amazing. Then we went to go axe throwing. We went. There's this place right down the street.
Wait, after you drank, you went throwing axes.
I had one milkshake. I drove there. So yeah, no, we went.
All right, you did. What about other people?
We all did. No, we all had the same amount. We all had one milkshake. Nobody. Nobody went crazy. No.
Lame.
No, we threw axes for about an hour. It's really fun. If you haven't been somewhere that lets you throw axes at a target, it's so much fun.
Where I live, you can throw them, but you just can't be there when it hits money.
Well, no, there's safety protocols in place to prevent that.
Mine too is my backyard.
No, see, I did try throwing axes outside like about 10 years ago, and it sucks because if you miss the target, you have to go fetch it. Like,
see,
here the target is up against a wall, so if it doesn't stick, it just falls right there on the floor.
See, I have a wooden fence.
So, but we did that for about an hour, and then the last place we went to, there's a retro video game arcade / bar that we went to. No, it was not. Glenzer, not even close. But no, we went to this little retro arcade. We played some Street Fighter, some Marvel vs. Capcom, Donkey Kong, whole bunch of stuff. So, and actually, I think when I got home, it wasn't even super late when I got home. I think it was like 9:30, close to 10 o'clock maybe. So it wasn't super late. But yeah, tonight was the wedding rehearsal. So we were at the church figuring out who goes with who, and we're also setting up tables and stuff. So.
Well, I imagine your wife is in the wedding.
No, not really. It's just me. I think I was just like, hey, we need a groomsman, and I think I was just like the first person we thought. I think I was like a emergency.
We don't need her wife. We'll pair her up with another girl.
No, I know the guy. I work with him with the youth group on Wednesday nights and Sunday mornings. So he asked, and we see each other a good bit. We hang out, but my wife doesn't know the bride or anyone. She's actually going to be working the day of the wedding, Saturday. So, but yeah, no, it'll be fun. We don't have to wear suits. That's the nice. They're really chill. Like we don't have to wear suits.
Now, see, as far as I know, I'm in my friend's wedding next year. He hasn't said anything about suits yet, so
yeah.
I'm like, let me know now so I can slim down.
I'm in one of my best friends actually asked me to be his best man next year in October, and he's saying the same thing. Like they don't want to wear suits, vest, I think, but that's fine. It's going to be an indoor wedding, so I don't have to worry about this Louisiana humidity.
Yeah, I think he said this is going to be an outdoor wedding for his.
Outdoor weddings are tricky. I don't know what it's like up there. Down here, it's tricky because they can start out with sunshine and it can start storming like 10 minutes later. So
that's July into August. It's like 90 degrees and humid.
Is it humid up? Oh yeah, because y'all have the lakes, I guess.
And then we get the mosquitoes too. All that stuff.
We had an outdoor wedding actually in June. I'm really surprised it went as smoothly as it did.
June is nice here. It's like once you get into July 4th, it's just. Like this year, we had torrential rain pouring on July 4th, and then it's just been super hot since then.
I have these. I just, in case people don't want to see my grizzled face, I did pick this up. I stole some glances at my phone while I was at the church. I saw somebody talking about this.
Yeah, I think we all did.
Yeah, that was a good read actually. I read the part that you were talking about the other day where it was like he was like counting down how long it took him to. Yeah. It didn't come off as weird to me. I
just remember too much Spider-Man. It's just like Spider-Man do it. Like okay.
The way I looked at it, because there's a conversation he has with the character later on about how he's getting older. So I was like, maybe it's him just like
we could spoil it. if you want to.
No, I'm
I mean,
not going to spoil it too much, just in case there's somebody that does pick it up. But yeah, it just seems to me like he's trying to like, well, normally it takes me this long to defeat this many bad guys. Now it took me this long. Like it's him kind of keeping track of. I don't know. It seemed like something Batman would do, but
Yeah.
that's just me. I did get this. I found the cool. This is the better cover, I think, for school.
You like that? I like the other cover.
The other one's all right. I just like this one has more color to it. I don't know. I'm really in this phase where I appreciate
I
color.
mean, she's got that giant freaking gun.
Yeah, she does have the big gun.
I'm like, it's big.
I also like the team shot too. Like,
What do you say? She's got the big guns.
I like the team shot where it's like the four of them and then spawns like overshadowing them. So I kind of dig that.
Zach likes girls with big guns.
Oh no, I just thought of Skid Row. She's got the big guns.
I didn't see this on anybody's. I didn't see this at any point.
It was on my shelf at the comic book store, and I left it there.
This was pretty cool actually. I really dig it. 1930s and 40s period piece. Carrot Top is actually an alien. That's why he looks.
Well,
like
then it makes sense their way too.
He actually is. So, but yeah, no, I really dug it. Actually, it's a really cool setting for this type of story. I really like it. I'm looking forward to the next several issues. It looks really cool.
I would have picked it up if it wasn't Marvel.
Oh, well, there you go. I did finally find this. I wasn't able to get it last week, but I found the cool cover.
Nice.
Well, they're both cool covers, but I really like the battle damage look.
Did you enjoy this week's or last week's?
This is last week.
Yeah, that is number 4. Yeah. Did you enjoy that?
This is number 4. It was all right. It wasn't anything super great. Like, of course, it did feel kind of weird that Rocket. I mean, he didn't need saving from the main bad guy. I guess it was what she knocks out the professor that gives him, who's kind of like a Sneevling.
The Howard Stark.
It was kind of like the Howard Stark. It was an all right ending. I didn't hate it. It wasn't as good as I guess it could have been. It was all right. I know Breen said he had some issues with it.
Yeah. He said, well, and it makes sense. Where she comes out and says that she's playing for that team, and that
was this issue.
Issue 2, I believe, was issue 2.
It was number 2. Oh, okay.
Or actually, no, it's issue 3.
I might have glossed over that.
Issue 3, and yeah, it's 1930s, man. You're not gonna have someone saying out of themselves, saying, "Oh, I like girls."
Yeah.
Casually.
Oh no, definitely no.
She gave a playful wink though. That's the thing. She was like, I was like, what?
They had, what was the show? It was pretty recent. It was on Hulu, I think, or it might have been HBO. Perry Mason. They did a reboot of Perry Mason.
Oh, well, yeah.
It was produced by Robert Downey Jr. I think he was supposed to star in it. But
did you see they did a reboot of Lincoln Lawyer?
The movie?
With yeah,
McConaughey?
It's a TV series now.
Oh, I didn't know that. But no, they do this thing with one of the characters. I guess it's a retcon of the character where they make her a lesbian, but she keeps it very hush hush because of the time. So yeah, it's like the same rules I guess should apply to Rocketeer.
It's just like I love Rocketeer. I love the concept of him, just like the movie, flying in a jetpack and then punching and getting shot at. Like I look at Stan being like Spider-Man in a sense.
You know, they do have, I saw Billy Tucci said on Twitter he is going to be writing a story. They have like an anthology series, I think, for Rocketeer coming, and Billy Tucci is going to be writing a story for it. So,
all right. So we got Sonic the Hedgehog. What was the one before that?
Gambit.
Gambit.
Number 1.
Did you like it?
Haven't actually. Some of these I haven't read yet. I didn't have a whole lot of time between yesterday and today.
Oh.
So some of these I haven't read yet. I did read Rocketeer. I did read Batman. I did read Wild Cards.
I am. You have to let me know what you think of Gambit because I actually pretty enjoyed it for what it was.
I'm a sucker for Sonic the Hedgehog, first video game. So issue number 50 was like $10. No, I'll wait till number 51. And then this one was probably my favorite one this week, DC Mech. This was really fun actually. The art on this, I'll tell you why it's my favorite one. It's the very first page. Come on now, page. Open up for me. There we go. It has the Justice Society, the JSA on there. So, and just the art style is really cool. It's really bright. There's lots of colors. The story is really cool. How they have the mechs are really neat. So yeah, this was a really neat story. I'm looking forward to it, to seeing how it goes on in the future. So
All right.
DC Mech #1. Shadow the Hedgehog Rhaegar. God dog it, he's such a meme. I remember playing Sonic Adventure 2. It's like, how is this guy so extra? He has rockets for skates, and then he had his own video game where they gave him like a gun. It's like, what on earth is this? But anyway, I digress. I just like Sonic the Hedgehog as a whole. I actually liked Tails a lot when I was a kid. I was like, a fox that can fly? Yeah, because he's a flying fox. That might be where puns first started becoming a thing for me. So
Nice.
So yeah. So what was your #1 book this week, Vink?
#1 book. Actually, let me go back.
Did you do your countdown? I know you normally count them down. I had it playing on my phone because I have like YouTube Premium, which allows videos to play even when your screen is turned off. So I was like, I'll just give them the view and just turn it on. But I missed a whole. Like I would glance at it from time to
my
time.
#1 this week was Batman Detective was actually #2.
Oh, Detective was #2. What was #1?
You're not gonna believe this. Patch #4.
There was a patch book out this week?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know
Right
that.
patch. Like
Oh,
Larry
wow.
Hama. Larry Hama. It was just him going full on Wolverine versus a bunch of soldiers. Take him out in the middle of the jungle.
Was he smoking a cigar while he did it?
No, he didn't have any cigars. He was all out. That's why he's cranky. He literally, like you see on the cover here, you see how he's just standing above all the bodies. That's literally what he's doing the whole entire issue. SHIELD scrambling because they're trying to get these three Russian mutants. Like ncbds are on his island. He's got the Yakuza. He's got the Chinese military. They're all after and he basically just went to town just cutting people, and people were around screaming, and he's just mismembering people.
Interesting.
And you're seeing like the claws popping through people.
Nice. Man, I remember when that was the kind of stuff you used to see like Marvel Max, like the adult line.
Yeah. Like I said, Wolverine, just the dialogue, I didn't really. It was just basically him like, "Hey, I'll buy you guys a few minutes while you guys get through because everybody's hunting them." And he just basically uses guerrilla tactics and just jumps out and gets the people where they're fleeing, even though they're using the heavy artillery. You have original Nick Fury in there.
Oh, okay.
Not Samuel Jackson Nick Fury, which really
original Nick Fury.
And it's like I said, it's
who's now on the moon.
I didn't like last issue. They had like they tried to throw some gender crap or language in issue 2 or issue 3, but issue 4 there was none of that. It was just him just going full on feral,
just an action.
Yeah. Literally what you would get in Logan, pretty much if you think about it. When he starts just attacking people left and right.
Cool. Right on.
That's what I want from a Wolverine story. I don't need.
That's pretty much what everybody I think really wants. If we're all being honest, we don't want to see Wolverine.
So that's the only reason I beat out the Batman Detective, because it was just a fun read. Just fun watching him just cut people.
Yeah, that's all anybody wants to see.
It's like, have you ever played Halo?
No, speak for yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ash. What do you want to see with Wolverine?
Well, that's a longer story, but no, I'm not big on the whole turn Wolverine into just a violent berserker. I don't want just a mindless meat machine. I want there to be some character.
Well, yeah, that was just this issue, though. I'm just saying that's where I liked it.
No, I'm not saying I'm not criticizing anything that you said, Vankman. I'm just saying that's not all anyone wants of Wolverine. I was just trying to.
I gotcha. Maybe I missaid what I was. Maybe I miscommunicated what I was trying to express. That does happen from time to time. So
I'm kind of sensitive when it comes to Wolverine too. He used to be my favorite character.
He was never my favorite. I had friends that were into. My best friend, the one who got me into comic books when I was in junior high, was 2 comics he read. He read Batman and he read X-Men. And he was a big Wolverine fan. I think he was also a big Cyclops fan, which I guess you could be both. They seem so different. It seems weird to me to like them both. But Yeah, he got me into reading X-Men. I think the first X-Men comic he had me read was Ultimate X-Men, like the very first several arcs. And he was like, "So who's your favorite?" I was like, "Not Wolverine." At the time, because I was also going through other Marvel comic lines, and Wolverine was just at the time, he and Deadpool were everywhere.
Yeah,
And
Mhm.
so I was just tired of Wolverine and tired of Deadpool. So Wolverine's never really been
Like I like you see his
Like-
eye in there. He pops up.
maybe if I did like a top 10, he'd be in there, but not top 5 or top 3. He's good. I mean, there's good Wolverine stories. I love Old Man Logan. That's probably one of my favorite.
Like I said, I liked it.
Marvel standalone
The whole
stories.
point, the reason I liked this story because Wolverine was playing all the 4 military factions against each other, killing them. So they thought each other was shooting at the other one, and they were just trying to shoot him. And he's basically just like a demon going through, just taking them out. So
It's okay to not like characters that everyone else likes too.
Oh yeah. Oh no. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh.
I'm all about liking.
it could have been worse.
uniqueness.
I could have been reading this.
Avengers and Moon Girl.
Small step for the Avenger, one giant leap for Moon Girl.
Right, Garcia, we should make an out of context Zach Twitter account. Yeah, that's
And the other
gonna be-
thing too is, I mean, when you came into comics, and in my opinion, Wolverine was already ruined by that point.
early
So
2000s.
It doesn't surprise me that you didn't like the character. I mean, I
Yeah,
haven't liked the
maybe.
character since the mid '90s.
Maybe that.
He
Yeah,
used to
it
be
could
my
very
he
well
used to be
that.
my favorite, and now he wouldn't even be top 10.
Oh really? Oh wow.
Yeah,
He's just not the same. He's just been turned into, I don't know. He's just so watered down. He's just so overdone. He's been in the hands of too many writers that don't understand who he is, that he doesn't even have a sense of like what the character is anymore. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's too many hands have been in the pot.
I do want to put an asterisk on my statement. I did like the Wolverine in the X-Men series where he's like leading the X-Men school.
Yep.
I did like that. I thought that was really, because what it did from my perspective of the character, from what I knew about Wolverine, it kind of took him out of his comfort zone. Because like Wolverine, we think Wolverine's like, or at least I did. I thought Wolverine was like this lone wolf, tough guy assassin. Maybe every now and then he'd be like the father figure to someone like Jubilee or Kitty Pryde. But it took him out of that, and it really put him in like a Professor X type of role where he had to be a leader, whereas before I don't think he wanted to be. So I did appreciate that shift kind of in the character, and it also had like funny stuff. It blended some funny with some action. So I do like the Wolverine in the X-Men line.
I always did kind of want to check that. Well, when I got back into comics, that was one of the comics that I was gravitating towards because I saw like, oh, they did a whole X-Men comic where like Wolverine was in charge. One of my favorite stories in the 200s. I forget exactly what issues it was, but there was a storyline where the X-Men, a lot of them had gotten killed off, and Xavier had been gone for a long time, and they were just down to like a very small group, and there was really no one to like lead them anymore. Storm was gone, Cyclops was gone, I think Havoc was gone, and like it got to a point where like they're like, you got to take charge, Logan. Like you're the only one who really, and he didn't want to lead. But he does, and he didn't lead for a very long time, but it took it in a really cool direction, because I liked that he had he's very much a loner, and he's got all of these skills. Like what I loved how Chris Claremont wrote him actually as a really good leader, but he's just not a good like people person. But he turned him into like a fighting force, and it was an interesting direction because the X-Men, I mean, they trained to fight, but they weren't like the same. They weren't like hard. They weren't like Navy SEALs, you know.
Right.
Like X-Men,
Right. Yeah.
Like Wolverine, that's how he trained. He was like, trained in special forces. Like he's a hardcore like military assassin. You know, so anyways, I like that the approach that they did, but he was like a fish out of water. And it made for some interesting storytelling. So I was kind of curious to see, but then as I stayed in comics for a little while, I was like, maybe it's not as good as.
We could talk about the real Wolverine.
It is also written by Jason Aaron too, so you kind of have to take that into account.
Oh,
It is early. It is before Jason Aaron got on like Thor and Avengers, so maybe it's like Bendis, where like his earlier work is better.
yeah. Now that you remind me, I think that's why I didn't actually go and read it because
But
I was like, oh, this is who. Jason Aaron. Oh, yeah.
yeah, I mean, like I said, I still enjoy. I haven't read it all the way through, but I've read several of the story arcs, and look, I enjoyed them. Like, this is back before they did the Iceman retcon. It was actually interesting. He was dating Kitty Pryde right before they retconned him into being gay.
You know what?
Um,
Honestly,
but
sorry to interrupt. Go
oh
ahead.
no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, as critical as I've been of Jason Aaron for a long time, I used to get in arguments with Jimmy all the time because it's like one of
Mhm.
his favorite writers, and I'd
Right.
be like, dude, is trash. But I used to say there is a compliment I could give Jason Aaron. I was like, if Jason Aaron could have a good editor, like the old school writers used to have back, I think Jason Aaron, of all the modern writers, that we dog on, not the good ones, but the
Yeah.
ones that we crap on. I think Jason Aaron would make it in the industry still. Like he if he had
I
a
think
good
so.
editor, because he knows how to tell stories
Yeah.
and he knows how to have fun. I think the problem that I run into him is that when he's uninhibited and
Mhm.
he's got no boundaries,
Yes.
he likes to go completely off the reservation. He really likes to just completely undo characters that are iconic. Sometimes I don't know who destroys characters more, Bendis or Jason Aaron, because everything Jason Aaron gets
True.
a hold of, he trashes.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
frustrating, and that's why I didn't read the
Here in the
Wolverine series,
Phoenix.
partly because even if the story is fun, I have a hard time it, but characters so dear to me, if you mess him up, like what Bendis did to Superman, it's hard to read. I'm like, even if the story is fun, it's not the same character, and I don't like to see that. And I've just been reading
Yeah.
Marvel comics for too long that it's hard for me nowadays to just
To be fair, though, when Bendis did the Spider-Man, didn't really hurt the main continuity at the time, the main Spider-Man, because he wasn't doing that. It was actually who was writing it? It was Straczynski, because Bendis was doing the Ultimate Spider-Man, which I didn't. At first, I was annoyed. And I was like, oh, look how modern this crap is. And then I went back and realized it's like, hey, it's not, wasn't the main Spider-Man. The main Spider-Man was still good. But then after Spider-Man was pretty much ruined because what they wanted to do is so I've always looked at what Bendis doing what they did with Spider-Man. It was only time he ruined Spider-Man for me was in a New Avengers when he became the joke of the team.
I actually like New Avengers.
The first volume, I do like it, but they made Peter into basically the joke of the team.
I mean,
Spider-Man should never be an Avenger. So that right there is dumb. And the fact that Bendis put him on the Avengers just shows that Bendis fundamentally doesn't understand. That's the biggest problem is when Bendis writes, he does not understand what he's writing. So he jumps on these characters and totally misinterprets them.
That's kind of the same thing. That's kind of one of the same reasons I was kind of drawn to Wolverine the X-Men, because it took Spider-Man out of his comfort zone where he's used to working alone, and now he's on a team. I actually kind of liked it. I liked seeing Spider-Man on an Avengers team.
Now, are you talking damage as Ultimate or damage on the main Spider-Man at the time?
I'm about to say you can't really damage Ultimate because it was a separate timeline, unless you're talking about killing off Peter Parker for Miles Morales.
But the thing though is that they didn't though. That was the whole thing. It made it seem like he did. Yeah.
Rhaegar says I'm wrong because Spider-Man should be an Avenger. That's just a fundamental misunderstanding of the character.
I mean,
sorry. I mean, you might say that now because for the past 20 years we've had Bendis Marvel. So I think people who read 21st century Marvel have a completely different vision for what Marvel like for us 20th century. It's radically different.
I think that Spider-Man, I mean, obviously he works better as a solo hero, but like I've told RDV a lot of times, I like the team books. I like focuses on teamwork, and I just like seeing Spider-Man be a part. I like seeing him have like a support group instead of just going it alone. I realize
you can have him guest star. You can do like, oh, hey, in this story arc, Spider-Man is an appearance and he
Avengers
helps
used
out
to do
and does
that,
some things.
Yeah, that's
But
true.
he's not a like, oh, I fall in line, I take orders. I'm like he's
He's
the
a
neighborhood
backup roster.
Spider-Man.
He's basically a reserve. He's always been a reserve. That's how I look at it.
Yeah.
Well, he was never. I mean,
He was a
Bendis
reserve
created
originally.
everyone as an Avenger, and
He
that's
was
dumb.
a reserve in I think it was in the Avengers
But
Disassembled.
But as Brain said, it was Quesada that mandated that he be put on the team.
Yeah, him and Wolverine.
Oh, well, sure. It's not always the writer's fault. There's times for editorial.
But it makes sense because they're really trying to bring back the Avengers, make it pop again. So why don't you put your flagship character on there?
Your two flagship characters.
Spider-Man has always been the flagship character, though.
Yeah.
Like,
no, but I'm
that doesn't make him
putting him on
the Avengers.
And I'm just saying they're trying to get more people to buy that book, so they put him on the team.
Yeah.
When in the history of comics has that ever been good?
Well, that's what
all that does is ruin your characters. Remember what they did to Wolverine? Ruined him. Remember Deadpool? Ruined him.
Well, yeah. In hindsight,
Batman right now.
In hindsight, we can say that looking back, but at the time, Quesada had a different mindset.
No,
I'm not saying he made the right idea.
That's why in the 80s, Jim Shooter had the self-awareness to not put Wolverine in every book. And you got to know, like, these group editors were like, oh, I want to guest star Wolverine, and then the ex-office group editor would be like, nope, you can't have him. And they guarded their characters very closely. Like they didn't even give Wolverine his own series until he was like by far and away the most popular character at Marvel.
I understand if you want to keep him as an X-Men character, but I mean, like, putting him on Avengers, and he's like, these guys, they call it back to that because they did that shit. So they had to, like, were you Avenger or are you X-Men? Who you would choose?
Beast was an X-Men and then was an Avenger for years, way before, like way back in the Bronze Age.
Yeah.
Beast was best friends with Wonder Man too. So it's not like
Beast had stopped being an X-Men. Beast hadn't.
Yeah,
remember,
that's true. That's true.
The original X-Men went in X-Men 94. Or is it Giant Size? Whatever, one of the two.
Giant Size, I think.
When
the new team
they get rescued, I think it's Giant Size. They get rescued. Charles Xavier's like, okay, we got these new, and most of the team is like, nah, I'm done. We're not X-Men anymore. Only Cyclops and Jean Grey stay.
Right, yeah.
And the rest, they just languished in Marvel obscurity for a long, long time, and then other writers were like, hey, I need a character for my book. Oh, hey, Beast, we throw that guy. Remember him?
I'm just saying it is dumb to have a character who's like having on 3 different teams, like Defenders, Avengers.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. They even made a joke about that in one of the new Avengers. I think it was like the 4th volume, maybe the 3rd volume, the one where they're in Avengers Mansion. Spider-Man's like, how? Because this is at the same time that Wolverine and the X-Men is going on, and Wolverine is on 2 Avengers teams and leading the Jean Grey school.
X-Force.
And so X-Force. And so Spider-Man's like, how are you on 3 different teams? He's like, multitasking is my second mutation. I'm like, Bendis, no, that's a dumb joke. I get what you're trying to say, but that's a dumb joke.
Yeah, putting Wolverine on the Avengers was always the dumbest. He would have never been on the Avengers. That was so stupid.
I don't even see him being really an X-Men. I see him just being a solo person.
I can see him being on a team like X-Men.
Nah, dude, you gotta read
X-Men.
He was never a solo person. Like, that's what made Wolverine so.
When he went to Japan. His whole samurai
for a 4-issue series, he goes to Japan because of the love of his life is there, and he's trying to get her, and the father is his enemy. Anyways, you got that story is very interesting, but that's it. He comes right back to the X-Men. Wolverine needs the X-Men as much as the X-Men need.
He needs the redhead. That's what he needs. That's why he's there.
Does he even like Jean Grey as much as people hype it up to be? Like,
he did. As far as I know, they had
the Jean Grey thing was sort of like a lustful thing. It was just they basically had really strong chemical a chemical reaction, like
It just
chemistry.
feels like it was a thing that was spurned on more by the movies than in the comics.
No, it comes from the comics.
It does come from the comics.
Oh,
Okay.
for sure, yeah.
Okay.
But it wasn't like they were like in love. It was more of like
a tryst.
Wolverine was the alpha male of the X-Men.
Oh yeah.
Okay, like
no doubt.
And sometimes Scott Summers was a putz. There was just times where Jean was like, "Oh man, I need me a real man."
Yeah, Scott's like the clean fire boy, and then
she had to look down because that's where the real man was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. Jean was okay with shorter men.
Some would say perfect height.
Yeah, they used to be able to tell stories like that. Because Scott was like the better man for her. Like Scott actually respected her more and everything like that. But also Scott was very emotionally unavailable. And so that really frustrated me.
In a sense.
Kinda. But Scott was always like focused on like trying to be the leader, and
I
was worried that he could never fill the right shoes, and like he was going to mess up, and like he just bore the weight of the world on his shoulders all the time.
Wolverine would be drinking smoke and be like, "Hey."
Yeah, and sometimes when Jean needed him, he just wasn't there. Not because he was an asshole, but it was just because Chris Claremont could write really good character flaws and traits and things, and then there was this time where Wolverine was just like, yo, just like he's the bad boy, right? He was the dude riding the Harley, and Jean, they had a couple times where they kissed. It was never a big deal, but of course it stirred to make Cyclops jealous, and then of course it fueled the rivalry between him and Wolverine. They didn't get along.
It all worked out in the end. That Cyclops and Wolverine hooked up.
Yeah, eventually they just decided, hey.
Yeah, we don't need the girl.
Why do we have to fight? We could just all.
Yeah. Let's just skip to the good part.
Actually, I think it was one of Wes's videos I caught, and he said because of course they have the Avengers, X-Men, Eternals thing going on, and he said issue 1 wasn't terrible. I thought about picking that up at the LCS yesterday.
Good luck.
Very, very close to doing it, but I didn't. Nope. I didn't quite do it this year.
I broke my commitment to not buying X-Men with the Jonathan Hickman Hoxpox stuff.
Yeah.
Which legitimately was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And then watched where that went afterwards, and I'm like, nope, done.
I still want to get an omnibus. I still want to get a collection of the Hoxpox, but right now the X-Men are just villains, straight up villains.
Glenzer, why are you going X-rated?
But I don't know. Yeah, somebody said, I can't remember what channel. I don't know if it was here on eStream, but no, it was Ease because he did an unboxing thing. I think you were. I caught it earlier today. I caught some of it. I was playing in the background, and I heard somebody was asking about what happened to Firestar, and Firestar is on the X-Men team now. Like they do that thing where they vote in the new members.
Yeah.
And so Firestar is a new member, but I think what it is like in the story they have it so that the Avengers rig it so that she's like their spy, their inside man to keep tabs on the X-Men. Which I was like, I don't really care, but
I'm waiting for the next.
Well, the X-Men are just a mess right now because
the whole
setup that Hickman created was, basically X-Men versus the world. They're their own nation. They got their own
planet now. They're
and
on
everything.
Mars.
Yeah, they got but the idea that the X-Men would be even working with humans at this point doesn't make any sense. Now, I'm guessing that Jonathan Hickman had a plan and was going to take it somewhere, but now he's gone, and people like Gary Duggan and Teenie Howard and whatever like don't know what to do, and now it doesn't make sense. Like you got Wolverine on an Avengers team, but he's also with the X-Men, and it's like, wait, whose side are you guys on? Like this doesn't even make sense.
Well, just the whole thing that the Avengers, the one thing I always, or not the Avengers, the X-Men, like the thing I always remember from reading and like their tagline was protecting a world that hates and fears them. Well, now they're the reason the world hates and fears them.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, they have like peace that they negotiate with these other countries, like in exchange for life-changing medicine or something. But like they kidnap Franklin Richards, who's not even a mutant anymore, but he thought himself into being a mutant. That's its own mess.
That's
But it's
dumb.
like, yeah, you're like kidnapping mutants to take to your own nation, even if they don't want to be there. It's just, it's not.
They come off as racist.
And they do.
They are.
And
They're
what is it,
ethno-fascist, 100%.
I know.
X-Men Green, where there's like Bullwinkle Girl that kills a guy for a soda 6-pack ring that he has no control over. And now I think she's teamed up with Sauron, and that's X-Men Green. That's the pterodactyl guy, not the Lord of the Rings.
Like,
guy.
I think of X-Men basically like, we will kill your entire family unless you come with us.
Yeah. Well, like, so the X-Men, they end up arresting the Bullwinkle girl. I forget her real name. She looks like Bullwinkle. She's got the antlers coming out of her head.
Oh, is it called
X-Men Green. She's the one that kills the guy. She like slices his neck.
Nature?
Maybe it might be Nature. And so like the X-Men take her back to Krakoa, but then they don't punish her. They like let her out and be like, look, you can't stay here. You can go be free, but you can't stay here. It's like, what on earth? She killed a guy for a soda ring. And I was just, whatever.
Yeah, but she only killed a human. It's not
Only,
not
oh
a big
yeah.
deal.
Yeah, right, exactly. But I don't know. I would be interested in reading the Avengers, X-Men, whatever, because apparently it's like the Eternals wanting to kill wanting to fight the X-Men because the X-Men know how to overcome death now, which bumps them up to like celestial status level.
This is what I've been wondering: is that really what's happening? That the Krakoa is making them evil because it's controlling them?
That's a thought.
That was my original theory when it was House of X and Powers of X, and I was like, man, why are the X-Men all seeming villainous and stuff?
Yeah.
And if you go back and go to Giant Size X-Men, that's where did they get? They were on Krakoa.
Yeah.
Like,
right.
It's Krakoa's evil, and I was like, man, these are like, remember in the House of X, Powers of X, they revealed like that the X-Men were like woken up in these like pods,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, dude, these are not the real X-Men. This is like some sort of creation by Krakoa. It's like some sort of like pod clone. And we're gonna find that the real X-Men are somewhere, I don't know, like
in hibernation status or on the far side of the
something.
galaxy. Something.
Yeah, I think it was gonna get tied into the resurrection, the technology that they created, like that somehow. Yeah,
they're all in limbo.
I think
right
Hickman, when you read his stuff, like he's so detailed oriented, and he clearly does his research.
Hickman
there
is
was
like
going to be something going on, but when he left, it was just like, all right, you guys just do whatever. And I think that the current staff just has no idea what to do with this stuff. And
because Hickman is he's way too detail oriented to let it just dissolve into what X-Men has become. I mean, Hickman is like the comic book version of Chris Nolan, I think. And so, I don't know. I know he has a new project coming out for Marvel next year. But
here's how you solve this, and you just turn it into one giant freaking Deadpool saves the universe by killing all the X-Men.
Nah, they just resurrect.
No, he destroys Krakoa Island, blows it up, whatever.
I don't think they're even on Krakoa. They're on Mars right now.
Oh, are they on Mars?
I think so, or at least some of them are.
Skip and I used to have some really good
or Dr. Love Strange. He writes a nuke into Mars, blows them up.
Now, because I think what Marvel is going to be doing, I think they're going to be copying Doomsday Clock soon. I think, like they're saying, like Miracle Man is going to be. I think that's the Hickman project that he's going to have next year is Miracle Man.
Moon Girl Clock.
But no, Miracle Man Clock. Because I think Miracle Man, because there was like a Kang one shot last year that had a lot of Miracle Man clues and a lot of previews of stuff coming out. But I think Miracle Man, that'll be the next project.
Replicant X-Men. Oh, he's like, call the
Get out of here. Get out of here with that Blade Runner crap. We don't like Blade Runner here.
Blade Runner Black Lotus is a great
hush your mouth.
I don't like Blade Runner.
Well, you wouldn't.
I'm sorry. I don't.
You don't understand it.
I like Firefly, but not Blade Runner. I don't know. I have very peculiar taste. I like Orville, but not Star Trek. I like Firefly, but not Blade Runner. I'm a man of very
Fortnite. Everyone else who likes Fortnite.
I do like Fortnite. I got the Indiana Jones skin recently. I'm psyched. He has two versions. He has the leather jacket, or he has the Temple of Doom with like the ripped shirt.
No, are you playing with like nieces or just on your own with like other people?
I do play solo, but I also have kids in my youth group that like to play Fortnite, and since it's cross platforms, every now and then I'll
got
play.
when my nieces were younger, they were all into Minecraft, so I bought a server for like a limited month, and I played with them for a little bit because that's what they were into, because they like playing video games, and I got them into like Diddy Kong Racing and on some other video games.
Actually, speaking of that, I saw one of my youth kids is in the wedding that I'm at on Saturday. He was at an arcade, and he's been getting these little Injustice trading cards from
That's
somewhere.
cool.
So he knows I like Green Lantern because I have the ring. So he got me the 1-star, but I still love it. It's New 52 Hal Jordan.
That's the Nathan Fillion look.
Well, it's from Injustice. I don't think
I know, but it looks like Nathan
Nathan
Fillion. I don't know.
It does look like him from the animated.
I told you.
Yeah. It does look like him. That is true. Aloise, what books? Star Wars, Star Trek, Firefly, Blade Runner. What books are?
I'm assuming Firefly because you said you like Firefly.
Are there? Oh, you know what? I just learned that there are Firefly books. My sister told me about them last week. I did not know until then. So now that I know,
I thought there was some from Dark Horse along the time ago.
There were comics from Dark Horse. I think now they do them. I think they come from Boom Studios now.
Yeah,
I haven't read the Boom Studios ones.
Boom has two series going on. They have the regular Firefly series, and then they have Firefly, which has been going on for a while, and then they have all new Firefly, I think is what it's called.
Does that do what it sounds like it does?
Sort of. It's like it's in the future where Malcolm. What doesn't make sense is Malcolm's not captain anymore. He's like gone.
Yeah.
And you're like, and it's what's her name instead?
Zoe.
It's like not far. Like they did a mini series where it was like
the one with big boobs,
like a whole new crew, and I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. And then and then they did all new Firefly, and it's got like Jane and
wait, Jane is in the all new Firefly?
Yeah, it's called New Firefly, but it's got Jane and it's got what's her Zoe. That's Jane and Zoe.
Yeah, the first mate. Yeah.
Continuing, and it's got some other like new crew and stuff, and I'm like, it's not like if you're gonna keep some of the crew, you gotta kind of keep
all
Malcolm,
of them.
Like
why wouldn't you have Malcolm? Yeah,
like that's like really like people were like, Firefly would be better if Zoe was in charge and you just got rid of Malcolm. I'd be like, no.
See,
he's like the most boring character in the show.
Who, Zoe?
Yeah.
Maybe
she is.
I don't know. I do like Zoe a lot. Here's the sad thing. I think Zoe and Wash work together as a couple more than either of them do separately.
Right, but they killed Wash.
But they
killed Zoe by herself.
They do bring Wash back in the comics. At least I never finished the story. I hope they do. They did this. They brought him back in the comics, kind of. What they did was they had like almost like a life model decoy. It was like an android, but he was designed to look like Wash, and he had his mannerisms and everything in his speech. I think would be a really cool.
Collecting that book.
I actually really dug it because Wash was one of my favorite characters.
Yeah, but
I think that was back from when Dark Horse did it. I don't think that was a Boom thing. I think that was Dark Horse.
So all new Firefly. That's all right now. But there was one back in 2018 from Boom Studios that's still going in 2022, or at least
the Boom Studios one's still going.
Well, yeah,
Boom is still going. That one, I think it's Greg Pak that did
the original one, Firefly. They went from 2018 to 2022, and then they relaunched it with all new Firefly.
Yeah.
Looks like there was a 1 in 100 a black and white Kirkham cover back in January of last year. Kind of cool. So who's what's that chick's name? The one that ruined the movie, ruined the show.
Who ruined the show? Nobody ruined the show. The
show
was one season of perfection.
Or she was in the movie, I guess. Whenever she joins a show, she ruins it. It gets canceled.
What are you talking about?
Summer Glau.
Summer Glau is not a bad character. What on earth?
I said, what character is she? And I didn't say
she's River Tam. She's the kind of the Wolverine.
My
kind
point
of.
is that whenever she joins the show gets canceled. It's your Chronicles.
Oh,
That
okay.
was
Hold
the
on.
sh- that
I
ran
know
for
what he's trying to
2
say. He's
seasons.
just trying to say that the actress is like a curse.
Actress, yeah, whenever she goes on, the show gets canceled. The Cape, Firefly.
No, because Sarah Connor Chronicles was on for 2 seasons,
Yeah, no,
Ooh, 2
and
whole seasons.
and they got worse.
as opposed to the Cape and Firefly.
When you bring in Brian Austin Green as an actor in your show, you know you've got bottom.
Here's the thing: Firefly did not get canceled because of
Any
Sarah
lines.
Firefly got canceled because Fox was terrible at managing the show. They
Yeah,
switched
Fox
around
was.
the time spot all over the place, so people never knew when the new episodes
So
were coming
was she
out.
on the
Let's not forget that Fox canceled Family Guy twice.
So was she on the show, or was she in the one movie?
No, she was in the show.
Yeah, she
All
was.
the characters,
movie,
all the characters from the movie. The movie is a sequel of the show.
Well, sometimes they add characters for movies that weren't in the show.
They added the antagonist, the bad guy,
Okay,
was in the movie, and
who
he
was
actually
badass.
he is awesome. He was in what movie? He was I forget the guy's name. He's from
It will tell IGF4.
that's
I
it.
can never pronounce his
Thank
name,
you,
man.
Twin. I can never pronounce it, but I can recognize his face and his voice every time.
Yeah,
And when I
he's
saw,
awesome.
because like I think it was, what was the movie? Well, he plays Baron Mordo, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. And when they casted him, I was so excited.
I remember seeing Doctor Strange, and then I came home, and I just like, for whatever reason, I was like, I want to watch Serenity. So I turned on Serenity. I was like, holy cow, that's Baron Mordo.
So the new one is all new. All Firefly has Malcolm in it.
It does have Malcolm.
He's listed in there.
Okay.
Emma Washburn, Malcolm, Zoe, River, Kaylee, Leonard Ching.
Summer Glau was on Arrow, and Arrow went on for far longer
That's
than
what I
it
was
should
about to
have.
say. Yep, she was on Arrow too.
Now her character wasn't. Her character left after the season she appeared on, but Arrow still went on for like 8 seasons.
Yeah, but
Which-
see, that only proves that she's a curse because the shows that should get canceled kept going.
It
And
should
the
have
good
been
shows
That's true.
got canceled.
That's true.
So to be fair, because of her, the show got worse. Felicity got worse.
Well,
That's
yeah.
the curse.
Yeah, Felicity. I kind of got tired. Felicity, I liked Felicity at first. And I always thought like it would be cool if Arrowverse did do kind of a twist and didn't follow the DC canon so strictly, and if they turned Felicity into like an Oracle or Oracle figure.
Holy crap! So this is a $5 issue for this new series. It's
Well,
only
all new. Are you still looking at all new Firefly?
yeah. I was going through them. Yeah, the first
Oh,
issue is
okay.
$5 for the cover A,
Why
And
is
it's
it $5?
and it's 21 pages.
That's way too much for way too few
Yeah, it's
pages.
part of the reason why I stopped getting the Firefly, collecting it, because I was really sick of what Boom was doing. They were releasing these like one shots for $7.99, and it was like, why don't you just put these stories in the Firefly comic?
Okay,
And it would just be like periodically, it'd be like, oh, here's an issue for $8, you know, and you're like,
so it's 21 pages of story. You know, the page count says 28. Jeez. Do they show all the different covers in the back? Like what Walking Dead does?
I don't know.
Did you pick up the first issue of this?
I know I stopped getting Firefly. I told you.
Oh, so you didn't get the all new Firefly at all?
No, I didn't get the all new. If I'm gonna collect it, I would have just collected the regular Firefly.
Oh, okay.
Like that's what I said. The all new doesn't make sense because it's like it's barely different than the regular one. And I seem to remember them doing a mini series where it was like new, like it was like a whole new generation, like it was like Zoe's kid or something. You know, that like they inherited the Serenity.
Oh, maybe that was.
And I was like, okay, and I gave it a shot. Like I read like the first 2 issues, and I was like, it's not actually bad. I thought it was gonna be all woke. And I was like, but it's just not the same because the original what makes Firefly so cool is the characters.
Yeah, definitely. That's why after Serenity, I was really bummed because it's like 3 characters die. So I was like, dang. It's kind of sad.
Yeah, but Serenity was so good.
Serenity, oh my gosh, is a great. I don't like Joss Whedon as a person. Joss Whedon is like the Dan Slott of filmmakers, but doggone it, Serenity is not a great sci-fi movie.
That's what it is. All right, so it was the original one you're watching from last year, or reading from last year, issue 26. It started with all new characters. So you're in the Boom Studio one. That's where they decided to.
Yeah, I collected it. I think I have like the first I want to say like the first 14 issues or something.
Says new characters, new enemies. A brand new era continues with a shocking return. Zoe, her daughter Emma, the new crew. See, that was issue 26. Ugh. Yeah. I don't know. I said like that's if you paid like $4 an issue.
Yeah. I didn't have a problem with the Firefly. It was a decent comic.
24 pages.
You know, it wasn't amazing. It was Greg Pak, but he wasn't doing terrible. It was just, you know, and I was like, cool. And I'm a fan of Firefly, and the covers I thought were attractive. And I was like, and you know me, I like collecting ongoing series, and I kind of regret not continuing because it's still going, which is good for you, Boom Studios, to keep that series going.
Well, no, they canceled that and relaunched it with the new one.
Oh, then never mind. I'm glad I canceled it. No, because I just, you know, I just didn't like the whole gimmicky. Like I saw them releasing these one shots for $8, and I was like, nope. I've already been there, done that with Marvel. I'm tired. I just give me a monthly comic, no gimmicks, you know, and I'll buy it every month. But you start pulling this like, oh, hey, here's a special this and that, and we're gonna reboot. Like, nope. I'm out.
It looks like they brought back towards the end. There was 2 teams. They brought back Malcolm for the last one. And the synopsis for issue 36 that was released January this year. With the Alliance Onslaught defeated, Kaylee faces the grim choices and sacrifice involved to save the Earth. Blah blah. Which of the crew will follow their captain, ready to make peace with the past and face the future verse? So there's like 2 teams.
Oh, see that?
Oh, good. They get a Firefly, blue and gold.
Yeah, right. Remember when they did on Arrow? They had 2 Arrow teams. There was like the old.
That's what I'm getting right now.
Dude, that's how you know you have too many characters, or you don't know how to write that number of characters.
Aggressive relaxing. Hello. He says, "I love Arrow. I'm going to
do a salmon ladder."
Let her know.
You know, when Arrow was coming out, that was like, you know what? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get myself in shape. I'm gonna salmon ladder. Never did it. Never did it. Now I'm just now starting to get back to the gym, so maybe there's a chance one day I'll get.
There are no puppets on Thursday or Tuesday nights. Puppets are on Fridays, Wednesdays.
It's the puppets
on Sundays.
Wednesdays, right?
Yeah. Wednesdays are the reviews for the puppets.
We probably should have puppets on more if the channel is called the Geeky Puppet Show.
Tuesdays and Thursdays are the days that the humans take over.
Yeah, that's true. The humans need representation too.
Why does Rhaegar say I'm dying?
I don't know.
Why am I dying, Rhaegar?
Well, because you're red.
My game. Wow. Never mind. I was like, what?
Yeah, so glad that you found the channel. Yeah, I searched comics and now I'm here. 3 hours ago, we actually showed up the books.
Yeah. Eric Breen says, I couldn't do that standing on a ladder.
Yeah, good to see you aggressive and relaxing. I've seen you in other chats and stuff before that I'm in. It's good to see you here.
Yeah, Geeky Puppet Show on Thursdays. We go over the best books of the week. We were a countdown. Zach was late this because he decided to go out to a wedding rehearsal instead.
I'm standing in a wedding. It's not my fault.
So,
y'all are gonna be look. Not next week, but the week after. Y'all really gonna miss me because I'm gonna be out for the whole week.
And there was no retrospective this week because Zach was gone.
Oh, y'all didn't do it? I thought y'all were doing one with Frugal.
Frugal says he doesn't like our channel, so I don't know.
Did he really?
No.
Okay.
He's really a jerk behind the scenes. You don't know that.
That sounds really mean for everything I've seen of him.
Sadly, couldn't get him on. We were going to do Avengers #4. But
are we still doing Detective Comics next week?
You have to talk to the old man who said he was going to bed like an hour ago.
Well, here he is in the thing. Breen, is it still 471 through 476?
Stranger Apparitions, I believe, will be next week.
Yeah, I think that's it. 471 through 476, I believe.
So Ash is you're a Batman fan. Skip, you're in bed too as well. If you want to join us next Thursday.
I've
Hugo
been known to
Strange.
enjoy
Apparently-
some
Probably
Batman
not.
comics.
Apparently, I'm not good enough, just me, for him. He needs to have other people to balance.
Well, I don't want to be a rude host since they're right here and be like, yeah,
Well,
you guys can't come join us.
You are always complaining about how you don't like Batman.
Who, me?
Yeah.
And yet, I'm now reading 2 Batman ongoings. Explain that to me.
Yeah.
What upside down world am I stuck in?
And then
That's peer
Skip,
pressure.
you said you like Hugo Strange characters like that. So
Sure.
I don't. You might like this one. I don't know if you haven't read it
Right.
yet. So
Why? What's that? The
Hmm?
new wait, Detective Comics, you mean? The ones for next week?
yeah, the one from Strange Apparitions with Hugo
Yeah,
Strange.
Strange Apparition. Yeah. Oh, is it Hugo Strange?
Yeah, Hugo Strange, Deadshot, Jokerfish.
I don't get Joker. I was okay with Hugo Strange and Deadshot. As soon as you said Joker, my brain just went.
It's kind of the Joker that we had read that on Angleton I Love Comics channel.
I'm over the Joker. Rhaegar, I did not say he was a carbon copy of Green Arrow. I said
Right.
Green Arrow is a more fun version of
Well,
Batman.
to be fair, Zach, it's better to be over the Joker than be underneath the Joker.
This is probably true.
Yeah.
I'd probably ask Harley Quinn,
That's just.
but she'd probably confirm.
But yeah, that's gonna be next week. It's actually, I believe, it's a 6-issue read.
Was
But I'm not sure if we're doing all 6 or not. Breen will have to give us the issue numbers.
You know, because isn't it 12? Like we were gonna do 6 issues first, and then 6 issues the next week. Even though I won't be in town for the next week, I'm gonna be on the beach with my toes in the sand.
Oh, she has a name.
The beach, Panama City Beach. I don't know what you're trying. Like,
I was making a adult joke, but you don't understand it.
I guess not. Maybe it's better that way.
Strange Apparitions, which I believe is we're doing the Marshall Rogers one, right? Starting with 471.
Yes, 471. That's it. That's the starter.
471, 472, 473.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next 3 will be the week after, unless we're doing all 6.
Oh, I had it wrong. Okay, so 471 through 476 is the total. We're only doing 71 through 73 next week, so it's only 3 issues. Okay, good.
Yep.
Okay, my bad. I would have read the whole thing.
Well, go ahead if you want to. Let's read it again. That's all when you get done.
That's true.
Yeah. So Zach, you missed it. I did read one book that I thought I'd give it a shot because, considering what that other woman who's reading the Young Justice books, I figured to give the guy who actually writes Young Justice a good shot. And I just
I saw that, and I also thought about picking that up. But then I was like,
picked it up, and I just can't get into it. I mean, it wasn't offensive, but there's freaking 3 Roy Harpers.
Dude, that's not new. There've been 3 Roy
No,
Harpers. I think I literally told you that the last time we were on screen together.
He did. But I mean, like, the writing in this was just bland.
I actually kind of guessed that.
And there for like 2 seconds as a couple lines, and then Victor's not even in there whatsoever. Beast Boy talking to Stargirl.
So it's one of those covers.
Talk. Neither does Connor.
Yeah, so it's just one of those covers that doesn't reflect what's in the book. Then.
This is the main cover.
Yeah, I know. Main covers do that, dude. That's one of the things that ticked me off the most when I first got floppies. I would get a floppy and I'd see these characters on it. Like, oh, cool! I love these characters, and then I go read the book, and they're barely in there. Or the action scene, like the cover would be this awesome action scene. You're like, that's cool. I want to read more of that. Nowhere in the book. I
was hoping it'd be like Titans United and be like, okay, it's based on the cartoon, but it's going to take a different storyline.
No.
And instead, no, it's just I guess it takes.
Why would it be the same as Titan? That's in a different universe.
No. What I'm just saying. I thought they would actually like give you a good story instead of just be thinking we're just going to give you the same crap that's happening in season 4.
It could also be an editorial thing too. It might not be Greg Weisman's fault. It could just be whoever's over him saying, "Hey, this has to be like the show. And
Tom
the show happens to be garbage right
Eric
now.
Green says Tom Peasant can't kill Roy Harper's fast enough to keep them from multiplying.
Tom King doesn't write Roy Harper.
We don't. No, we call him Tom Peasant.
Whatever. He doesn't write Roy Harper, does he?
No, it's not whatever, sir.
Tom whatever?
When he starts living up to his actual last name, if it really is his last name, it's not a pen name.
Well, he'd have to first learn what it means to be a man before he could live up to the last name.
And we asked Rhaegar, what is a man?
Yes, Rhaegar, answer us. I did for the show. I did kind of like the Roy Harper clones.
I
Again,
didn't like it when I introduced the first clone.
hot take, Zach. I know, but I did like the clones.
The first clone.
Because when I started watching season 3, the little side story was that the three of them they have a moving company, and so all three of them just work together in a moving. Oh, that's right, he did. I forgot about him doing. Oh,
it wasn't Wally.
F Tom King.
It wasn't Wally.
I forgot. You know who else he killed? Who doesn't get as much recognition? He killed Citizen Steel from JSA. One of my favorite characters of that run.
Didn't he just kill Guy Gardner too?
When did he kill Citizen Steel?
In Heroes in Crisis. He's one of the
I didn't
members.
remember that part.
He's one of the members of Sanctuary. He also
Oh,
kills.
that's right.
He also kills Hotspot, who is a lesser-known Teen Titan, but I remember really liking him from the cartoon. He was like a Human Torch Junior.
Yeah, and he had Wally kill himself. Like what?
Yeah, freaking con. Now, thankfully, Joshua Williamson is a writing genius and retconned it to where it was Eobard Thawne causing Wally to do stuff through what was it? Was it like vibrations or like supersonic vibrations?
He was his ability. He was hypnotizing through speaking of circuit frequencies. He can basically put palatable suggestions into you.
Yeah,
and he's doing that to everybody, not just Wally throughout the thing.
Actually, there's a bunch of Teen Titans.
But also revealed that, but it was also that only explained why Wally panicked and was acting out of character. But it was revealed that Wally didn't kill him. It was actually the guy Savitar was trying to get out of the prison.
He also killed Lagoon Boy. So Lagoon Boy deserves.
No. I was gonna say nobody likes Lagoon Boy.
I'll give Peasant a pass for that. Lagoon Boy can go.
Speaking of lagoons,
what about lagoons?
I picked it up this week. It came out last week. I haven't got a chance.
Oh, I was about to say that's not a new one.
It's a thick book though. Well, not thick, but I mean it's little.
That's thick with 2 C's.
Yeah. And it's like that. It's this is my boy's here. This is Kelly Lansing.
Oh yeah. You know what? And I was realizing as I was at the LCS and I was getting the Gambit #1, I still got it because it's Gambit. I gotta rep he's my favorite X-Men, the guy from New Orleans.
I'm actually looking forward to reading this. So
I gotta stop getting miniseries. There's just too many miniseries. I'm killing my comic book.
Don't get miniseries. Just get hardcover books.
That's what I'm saying. I need to stop getting the floppies and just wait for the collection to come out afterwards.
Believe me, I'll be buying the floppies, and I'll let you know.
I might get the trade of that when it finishes Void Song. I do like Kelly and Lansing on that.
I don't know how long I'm not sure how long it's supposed to be. Like 12 issues or 6. It doesn't say of any. It's just a book 2. That's all it says.
Hang on.
But
because DC, they used to do that. They used to number like 1 of 10 or 1 of 6, and now I'm not seeing them do that anymore.
Certain ones they still do, but he said it's Barry Allen Flash with Arthur Curry and just taking it's basically saving the world that's been enslaved by an alien race in some kind of hypnotic trance. Those two were basically fighting, the odd couple working together. The first issue was the first issue was kind of hilarious because the first thing Arthur does, he blames Barry because of Flashpoint. He says, "You caused this, didn't you?" He's like, "No, I didn't."
I've never heard you say that before.
Now you've heard it twice.
I've heard it 4 times, Finkman.
Well, quit watching the YouTube replays.
I also like how I just kind of did the whole Odd Couple theme song and nobody noticed. Y'all are all.
I noticed.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Were you
Everybody
expecting like an applause or something?
No, I was expecting it's like, wow, Zach knows what the Odd Couple theme song is. What?
Yeah.
Anyway, no. I'm
Zach,
just teasing.
Zach, this was a fun book. Get
What
it?
was a fun book?
Mine Cat.
Oh my god.
It sounds dumb, but it was actually funny. So
I'll wait for the trade. Is that
But-
it's got to be a mini series. It's got to be a limited
that's
run.
probably going to be limited though.
There's no
but-
way that's going to be going on for 30 plus issues.
Dude, look how awesome this is.
You got the good cover. That is the good cover.
Freaking Killer Croc, man.
Is Killer Croc on the book?
Yeah,
Okay.
but for whatever reason, he drew them like they're like in the middle of like the swamp, but they fight in the
Yeah.
sewer. so, like I said, that's some sweet Sienkiewicz.
Still that cover. That's Sienkiewicz.
Yeah, Sienkiewicz.
That's sweet.
So
Rhaegar, The Odd Couple is a sitcom from like the 70s or the 80s maybe, where
Google.
a really uptight, neat and tidy guy has to move in with
Yeah.
a really sloppy, toxic masculinity guy, and that's why they're the odd couple, because they're opposites.
So yeah, I mean, I got quite a few. I mean, I want
How many
to.
books did you get this week? I had a pretty light week. I had like 6 or 7 books.
This was
Well, I guess that's not a light week, but
that's this week plus this.
oh, okay.
Pretty light. I'm trying new books, just trying to see everything out there I really want to get. I mean, I'll probably drop Young Justice.
Yeah, I probably would.
It's just, but this is, I got, here, I'm going to show you.
You know what comes out next week?
Your mother.
It's a new Firepower, baby. Oh, wait, Odd Couple was a movie? I did not know that, Brain.
It was a series, and then they turned. Oh, it was a movie first.
It
Okay,
was the movie first, and then it was a
I
series.
remember the movie after the show.
Because I remember that Batman 66 was a movie before. Dang, that's a lot of books.
These are all from the auction. That's why.
Oh, they're from the. I got auction books then. Hold on.
And you didn't think them, Brain? You should read this for the channel.
Now, I already kind of sorted some, but I'll show like a bunch of these, or I'll show like the 2 biggest titles that I have the most of as soon as I get back to my computer. So first thing I got this beautiful hardcover. I haven't dug into it yet, but I'm waiting. I'm gonna start soon. The Convergence.
Okay.
So and then on the back, I love the back where it shows all the different realities. Look, it's Flashpoint, Wonder Woman, and Aquaman.
Look at it's multiverse before multiverse. If you see.
I know, yeah. Like, who's on this? Scott Lobdell. Scott Lobdell is writing on this. Dan Jurgens is on this. Jeff King, who I never heard of, but apparently he wrote for White Collar back when that was a TV show. Then you have Andy Kubert, Steven Segovia, Carlo Pagulian, and everybody's favorite Cyberfrog artist. So yeah, this is collects 0 through 8. Not all the spinoffs, because if I remember correctly, Convergence had a ton of spinoffs. So, but this is the main story, so I'm excited to read through that.
I like hardcovers.
They're so great. Why would anyone want just like a trade paperback?
Yeah.
I mean, I
Easier
have
to
plenty.
read.
I have plenty of trade paperbacks, but
You're cheaper.
shush. Let me have my moment. Video game.
But you
were
would
asking
ne-
the question.
but
I
you
was
would never-
giving an answer.
You would never get awesome issues like this, so.
It was rhetorical. No, I'm just kidding. Wait, what is that?
Wow.
Make yourself
No
big.
no wonder you don't get credit on this show.
Wait. You want me to ambiggen?
Rip
Yes.
my ear off. Why did I make him say that?
You don't remember this from the auction?
Was I here for that? Was that
So-
this past Saturday?
I
Or was
believe
that 2 Saturdays ago?
might have been last Saturday.
That's cool though. Did
You
we
know-
read? Did we read that?
Yeah, it's issue number 5.
Okay.
It's a
Okay.
reprint.
Yeah. That's cool. I like
Yep.
that.
And then here's, I believe, issue 9.
With Electro.
Yep.
It's electric.
And then we have this.
That's your Grail, isn't it?
Yeah, I got that, and then I got the other one. Running somewhere. I got the actual 151. But then
Nice.
we read this too on the channel.
Yeah, that's right. We did read that one.
Yeah, so. Yep. So
I saw
that's
he had an unboxing. I think it was last night. I caught some of it today. He had a lot of cool books.
over on I Love Comics.
Yeah. He had
Maybe
some.
I'll get paid for the plug.
Yeah. Ooh. Maybe he'll cut you a $5 credit. Ooh.
Yeah.
Very nice.
So.
I got what I've got here. You were showing the bad ones, so I'll show some of the good ones. This might be from several auctions ago. But some Peter David Todd knocked the original Young Justice.
Connor Kent, Superboy.
That's right. Look at him right there. Sissy King Jones back when she wasn't
Hey, when she was
unsufferable.
actually, you know, I'm just glad they didn't change her gender. Costa Clark Sissy.
You know, I just now realized Cassie Sandsmark was the original Franklin Richards. She started out with black hair, and then they switched her to blonde. And Franklin had blonde hair, and they switched him to black. Got another one. We got cute is a 4-letter word.
Yeah, I still don't. For the life of me, I don't understand why Franklin Richards has black hair now.
I think it's to make him look more like his dad. So he looks like maybe it's like a son looks like the father and the daughter looks like the mom.
I mean, once a blonde goes black, they don't go back.
Boo. Good lord.
What?
Nothing.
I'm talking about the hair color. You're not gonna change it.
This makes me
what they're
laugh.
trying to say is that it's really not Franklin Richards is really Namor's son.
So Franklin is trans.
He's really new. Boy, would that be a twist? I love this cover because it makes Young Justice look like such a kid book. So they go to heck. Where it
Jeez.
cracks me up.
I like
And here, Cassie Sandsmark starts to go blonde, I guess, in this one. There we go. And then this one looks like they have some. There's Nightwing in this one. And it looks like maybe Artemis with Wonder Girl.
The sword, yep. And then some strong chick down there in the bottom.
Some strong chick. This one has a spoiler on it. Battle
Oh.
for the Boy Wonder.
Those Zach puns, I missed them.
Wait, what pun? No, it's literally a spoiler.
I know. You
I
said
don't
this one has a spoiler on it.
Oh, okay.
Wow. It's just that natural to you now. It's good.
Young Justice in space.
And we're back.
I never left.
I know.
Dude, look, it's Connor Kent without the leather jacket. This outfit, that look for him actually looks kind of cool. It's the t-shirt with jeans. It's kind of cool. I know we were saying it the other day we like Connor Kent with the shirt and jeans. Strange, and now for some strange sports stories.
I like Connor Kent when he's dead.
How dare you, sir? John Kent's better dead. I'm just kidding.
Well, I could see John
really.
Kent being dead now too. All
I
my
could
love
see
for that character is gone.
John Kent going back to 10 years old.
Get rid of the cycle. Kill it. Hate the stupid freaking cycle.
From Young Justice. I know, Connor Kent has too many pets. He's got the dog, he's got the car. There's a third one. Or no, that's McGann has the bioship, I guess. But
Yeah.
the Forever People.
In cars.
Kid Lobo. Before there was Crush Kids, there was...
There's two cars.
Yeah, there's two. Impulse has one.
Oh.
Road Rage
No.
Against the Machines. So I got a nice little chunk of Young Justices.
Oh. All right. But I bet you
Got-
don't. What do I got?
What you got?
Well, I think I showed you the world's finest. The other one.
The one
Sounds-
with...
Dragon.
Oh, I like the dragon. Oh, that's cool.
Flying cats.
Is that Richard Dragon?
I don't know about that, but
That was a joke. That was a pun.
oh, you're supposed to be funny, then I'll laugh.
Bastard. Vote for Captain America. He's the people's choice.
For president.
That's funny. The Ultimates, they actually did that. Where Captain
I
America
know.
was president. I want to read that one, actually. I haven't read that story. Nice. Oh, that's cool. Daredevil and Kazar.
Right?
That's neat.
And they're not in the
Those are-
pod.
Daredevil seems like such a weird choice. You see him do like these matchups or these crossovers. Like, what's the one where he's like fighting Namor?
And look at and Ash. Look, he's not in the yellow costume. He's in the awesome red costume.
Does Ash like the yellow costume?
I don't know.
Not particularly.
I kind of dig it.
I just don't.
I mean, I
don't-
respect that it's part of his history.
Same here, but I mean, it looks like it was chosen by a blind man.
But you know
Well-
what? I would rather have Daredevil in a yellow costume than Doctor Strange in a girl's body.
I can respect that.
Like I
Well,
don't-
it is strange, so it makes sense.
But
I just it weirds it's confusing. What's the right word? It's confounding to me that some things like that are such a big issue, but then other things like they can completely radically change the character.
But they're not calling her Dr. Strange, though, Clea.
What are they calling her?
Sorcerer Supreme.
Wouldn't she
Oh,
be
so-
sorceress?
But she's basically Clea Strange. That's what her name is.
Did they ever
They
get
were
married?
married.
Oh, were they? Okay.
Yeah, they're married.
Now is that Jim Hammond Human Torch or is that Johnny Storm?
I'm not sure. I think it's
Read it and get back to me.
Fire meets brute force in the greatest battle-ish. Yeah, it's also
What
the issue.
What's the title and the issue number?
Issue is Marvel Team Up number 18.
Marvel Team Up.
Most
number
likely, it's the Human Torch.
8. Duh. Which one though? There's two Human Torches.
I know, but it's probably John.
You think it's John?
Says your muscles don't scare
It
the
is Johnny Storm. You are correct, sir. I was
Yeah.
gonna guess it's Jim Hammond. Hey, Wyatt Wingfoot is in there too. Remember when Wyatt Wingfoot was around, folks?
Yeah, he used to hang out with the Hulk first, right?
He used to. DC had an awesome Native American character, and then they swept him under
Speaking
the
of the Hulk, yeah,
Ooh,
excited.
nice. Why is he killing those people on the trolley?
I don't
Ding,
know.
ding, ding! Smash, smash, smash with the trolley.
And then to top it off, this is I got this from today actually because of the collection. Came out last year, all 5 issues, and now in a trade. So
I feel like you were talking about that recently. Did that have like a new floppy come out?
yeah, a new ongoing.
Okay.
With actually, it's quarterly came out this last week. It has
That's
Robin Hood.
Yeah.
So
So this is Xenoscope.
yep, Xenoscope.
Nice.
Yep.
Very cool.
Yep. So excited. It's a nice smooth cover. Don't have that.
I do like those covers that have because like you know how like Marvel or DC like the big you'll have a lot of trades that have kind of like a glossy feel but that one has more of a I don't want to say gritty.
Smooth.
Like laminate.
Matt.
Yeah, matte. That's it, matte. I like the matte finish on the
It's very smooth. Yeah. So it's
the mattes are awesome. I wish more trades had that finish. I don't like the gloss too much. I always feel like I'm leaving fingerprints on it and I almost have to like wipe it clean. But
I can say this is a lot better than the Val Kilmer movie with Marlon Brando.
was there a Val Kilmer movie called Red Agent?
No, it's called Island of Dr. Moreau.
Oh, Island of Dr. Moreau.
This is basically the same thing. Like they adapted the concept, and so there was a rogue scientist who basically experimented with humans who had to create our own perfect race. And they set in one of the Highborns. Government's basically blackmailing to basically working for them to track down the lady. So
I still have this. I haven't put this in the box yet, but I do have the Teen Titans anniversary wedding issue of Donna Troy to that terrible, terrible man. She's not a terrible man. It just was really weird. But I actually need to get a better bag for this one. This one's falling apart. Rhaegar asks Zach, I know you might know this. Who is the unfunny comedian playing in the Shrek trailer? I mean She-Hulk. Is it Tatiana Mosley? I want to say the girl from Orphan Black is who's playing She-Hulk. I don't know how funny she is, like what her comedic timing is like, but apparently in Orphan Black, she's supposed to be a phenomenal actress. I actually saw the new trailer for the show, and I thought it looked good. So, hot take, Zach, I know, but
Teen Titans.
go!
I like the wax hair slats.
Shh! Don't say things like this. It's a family show.
Whenever I ever claim this is a family show.
as I showed the one hero that had a kid with a murdering assassin.
I mean, have you seen the puppets? Have you seen Froggy? He's not very family friendly.
Not recently. I'm kind of glad for that.
That's-
Trigon here. I was looking at this earlier. Trigon just looks like Khan from the original Star Trek 2, Wrath of Khan.
I'm just gonna say this: if you can't see Froggy, he probably sees you.
I don't like that at all. Thank you for that. I also have Monsieur Mala and the Brotherhood of Evil. Not evil mutants, just evil.
No, dude, not the main actress. The chick that burst through the wall.
Oh, that's Jamila Jamil. I want to say her name is. The only thing I've seen her in is The Good Place, which is actually a really good show, but I think she might be the weakest link of actors in the show.
That's
The Good Place itself is really good. It's funny, and it's also got, it's not theologically sound for me as a Christian. I was like, okay, this isn't how it works with heaven and hell, but it is very funny, and it does have some thought-provoking parts in it, but it is mostly just a really funny show. I do recommend it. My wife got me to watch it. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah,
Well,
Ted
well-
Danson, Kristen Bell.
Ted
Sorry,
Danson is the best character.
Well,
I
yeah,
think, in that show.
she becomes an angel.
No, I don't think she does. I actually, you know what? I didn't finish the show. I still have like.
But I remember the premise. She dies in order to like get in heaven. She has to perform good deeds.
No, this is no. I don't think that's it. I don't think you're thinking of the right show.
The Ted Danson one.
Yeah. Did you watch it?
I watched the premiere. The
I
first
don't.
episode.
I don't want to give away the like significant spoiler of the show. So. Look at that Nightwing costume. This is probably still my favorite Nightwing costume. The modern one is okay, but the one with the collar is just cool. Also, I just don't like Jericho. I'm sorry. I've tried. He just stands out from the rest of them. This is the obligatory Spider-Man walking away from his responsibility cover, is what I call it.
Hey, who's playing
Someone's playing
soccer?
football.
That concept has been so overdone.
That's why I have a name for it.
Right.
'Cause it's all over the
It-
place.
It's the whatever no more cover.
Mm-hmm.
Teen Titan no more.
Trial of the Terminator.
Ooh, fancy.
This one, The Raven Nevermore. I have a lot with either having to deal with either Deathstroke and the Judas contract or with Cheshire and Roy Harper. There's also this one. I haven't opened it to read it yet, but it looks like a cat fight's about to go down between Starfire and Donna.
Hold on, let me get you on there. Oh, you're still doing that.
No, that's you.
I know I got it.
There we go. This is the Starfire I would love to have a Funko.
And that's the guy who works for
Brother Blood, probably.
is that Brother Blood? No, it looks like the guy who works for I don't have to say Thanos, no, Darkseid.
Yeah, no, I know who you're talking. I don't think that's him. I haven't read the book, so I can't say.
Just yeah, I can hear it.
The
Sod?
monster murder. He didn't murder Robin, Starfire. He's right there. God. Anyway,
Fine, relax.
then I have some new Titans with like Panther, and some of them get new costumes.
Do you know what's crazy? We're now 157 subscribers now.
Hey, that's awesome.
It's insane. Like it's
I
a
think I
couple days
showed
ago.
this one. This one's a reprinting, but it's a pretty cool story actually. They go after a giant robot animal, and Nightwing gets grabby. And Dr. Light's in there too, but not the bad guy one.
The good one.
The good one. There's a good Dr. Light and a bad Dr. Light.
I know.
Also, they're puppets on strings.
Hey, it's your Ultron tribute.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's the Puppetine tribute. Here you go, Puppetine. Geeky Puppet Show. I offer this. Even has Beast Boy,
Changeling.
whose arms are clearly dislocated.
I can't wait till Tom King kills Beast Boy and brings back Changeling.
Now, Joshua Williamson will keep Tom Peasant. You used his real name. You're not supposed to do that.
He's only a king if he kills Beast Boy.
This is not my favorite Donna Troy look. I don't know why. Donna Troy with the short hair, I just don't really care for it. Little Beast Boy creepy monkey though in the corner. Got some new Titans.
Is that Bumblebee on the left?
Maybe. This is the new Cyborg. That's
Oh.
Cyborg's look. He looks like a
What?
Borg.
Dude, I thought that was the other dude.
Which one?
Deathlock. That's my first.
No.
I saw the face.
That's Cyborg. And
Mega Man, yeah.
they gave Beast Boy like this ponytail thing.
Is that Donna
Could be. I don't think it is, but it could
with
be.
the hair?
No,
no.
I don't think that's Donna.
Or is that Dr. Light?
I don't think that's Dr. Light either. Wait, hang on, I'll find out. New Titans number 95.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'll find out. That is from Louise Simonson with pencils by Phil Jimenez. No, I don't see. No, it's not Donna Troy. I don't know who that would be. It's not. That's not Wildebeest.
My
know
first
that.
thought it was like
It's not Red Star.
the criminal version of Wonder Woman.
Oh, you know who I bet it is? It's Mirage. From Team Titans. I've heard Eric talk. There's like an offshoot team called Team Titans, TEAM, not Teen Titans. So Mirage is from that team. I don't know why she's on the cover. I guess she's part of the story.
I think I figured out why they called Marvel the House of Ideas, because clearly DC doesn't have any.
I have a lot of covers with
Well, look
Dr.
though,
Light on them.
it says more new pages. That's something that Marvel doesn't have.
This is probably my favorite one that I have. It looks like a nice one shot. A day in the life of the Teen Titans. It looks like you've got different things going on there. It looks like a cool one.
Someone's dying up there while the people are having dinner down the corner, and one guy's gonna get lucky. With Donna.
Raven's lost in limbo. Well, that's Terry.
I know.
Freaking Terry. Terry's like Jerry from Parks and Recreation to me. I just don't like him.
Nobody likes Jerry.
Except his wife, who in the show is way too hot for him.
Well, I was thinking of more of a. Oh, you're gone now. Okay, see you later.
Bye.
Look at the hell.
It's like, see ya.
All right.
Actually, I did get some manga too. I don't know if anybody wants to see the manga.
Skip. What episode are you on now?
I'm not watching it. I'm here with y'all.
Okay, you were muted for a while before that.
He does like us. I did get some manga. I'm catching up. I'm gonna be reading this on vacation. I got
Hey, you're back now.
My Hero Academia.
Make up your mind. Your camera, on camera, off the camera.
What do you want from me?
I've told myself I'm not going to buy My Hero Academia unless they do a nice
box
set. Let me finish my breath.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You don't get one. Sorry.
Unless they come out with like a nice deluxe version, like they did with like Berserk.
Oh yeah.
There's just too many volumes.
Like there are some animes that do that, yeah.
And how much are those MHAs? $10 each?
$10 a volume.
Don't you do that?
Like, I mean, they're thick though too. Like this is easily the thickness of like 3 or 4 floppies.
But do they not do the? I mean, are they going to do the 3 volumes bound together like they even do?
They do.
I don't know.
They
haven't
do
announced
for One Piece.
anything. It's a popular series, so
yeah, maybe.
Typically, series that are popular will get like a deluxe treatment.
Yeah,
maybe.
They did for
see.
They did for Berserker, or not Berserker.
I just don't want to have. First of all, I don't want to have the shelf space to have. Because what volume are they on now?
Oh shoot, I don't even have the most current volume. I'm still catching up. I think they're up in the 30s now.
Yeah, I mean that's a lot of shelf space for just one manga.
Yeah,
and that's over $300 if you were to.
I have
getting them all.
Total of one manga I had, and it had like almost 30 volumes, and I was just like, I after that I said no more. I'm not gonna buy any more manga because if I did that with one series, I'll have no room, and I hate getting rid of books that manga series that I paid all that much money for.
All right,
Tehillim
Tehillim says there are 32 volumes right now.
So imagine you're reading currently every 2 weeks you're reading like the new volume of every a certain manga you're reading. So you're getting like 7 of them.
Mm-hmm.
7 times 30.
They're not putting out new print, like they're not printing out new of these every 2 weeks though.
But imagine
like inside of these, you have like, I think it's like 4 or 5 different chapters usually.
Isn't there like a new chapter each week?
I'm sorry. No, here's the contents right here. So you're getting 2001 through 201 through 212. So you're getting 12 different chapters.
Don't they release like in Japan, like in the Shonen Jump magazine? Like,
yeah, so like each chapter I think comes out in a new magazine. So this just collects all the chapters and puts them into one volume. Yeah.
Because Tokyo Revengers was doing that. They were doing that as a chapter each week.
Yeah. But I'm on number 22. Now the bad side for me is this is up to where the anime has got past this point in the story. So most of what I'm reading I've already gone through in the anime. But there is, you do catch some stuff that they don't put in the show that they leave for the manga. I have also started reading One Punch Man, which only has I think 1 season on anime, and the dub isn't that great. So
There's 2 seasons of anime.
Are there 2?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought there was just 1.
Only on Netflix, there's only 1. For whatever reason, Netflix is not getting the second.
Oh, okay.
It's been available to buy for like a year, and I don't want to pull the trigger because I'm like, it's just going to come on Netflix, and it never does. And then I know as soon as I buy it, it's going to be like, oh, hey, Netflix has got it now.
Well, I'm liking the manga. The manga's got a lot of volumes out right now.
Do you have Crunchyroll?
Yes.
No.
It's probably no. I meant Zach.
Yeah, I have Crunchyroll.
If you're watching Spy Family thing, I'm sure it's on Crunchyroll or Crunchyroll.
It might be on Crunchyroll. That's true.
Fire Force.
Look how thick that is, though. That's a huge.
Yeah. Well, these are all the same size. All the mangas are about the same. Now, every now and then there will be like a special edition, like Ash was talking, like Berserk or Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is the other, or Full Metal Alchemist. They have like hardcover volumes that are much bigger. But the closest to the deluxe edition,
and the size, like the dimensions are bigger too. I don't like the little
bendy trades.
The pages are just smaller.
Yeah,
which
Full
is
Metal
why
Alchemist,
they're thicker, because you get less panels per page than you do it like a Western comic.
Yeah, I know Full Metal. Their books are bigger and they're hardcover. So
have you read?
Heavy duty.
So Zach, have you read Fist of the North Star?
I have not. I've seen it on display. This is awesome, by the way.
It's fine too.
Deadpool Samurai. I know. I need to find volume 1.
I've never seen that in the wild.
Dude, Barnes and Noble.
I don't got a Barnes and Noble.
Go online. You have a computer.
Then you gotta pay for shipping.
Amazon.com.
What do you want me to tell you? Amazon Prime. So yeah, this is.
Well, I'll just wait. I'll just wait. You're done with it, and I'll buy it off you.
This is some of my reading list for vacation. Actually, I do have Kaiju number 8. I think that had volume 2 come out recently.
Gregor,
they had volume 3 come out.
I would start with Gundam.
It's somewhere.
Like now, see now the thing is that with Gundam, like some say you should start with the very beginning. I started with Gundam Wing, and then I made my way back and watched all the other ones.
It's gonna be in a bag or something.
So I watched Gundam Wing, and then I watched Gundam Seed, and then I went back and watched the original stuff.
See, one of my best friends when I was in high school, he was really big into anime, and that was what he loved Evangelion. That was like his favorite. He got me, my first anime that he got me to watch was Zoid's New Century Zero.
Zoid's,
which is still one of my favorite anime. It's one season, but I can't find it anywhere either, which aggravates me.
I sent you a link to watch it.
You did send me a link, but like I'm talking like physical, like DVD or something like that.
Let me put them on a CD and I'll sell them to you.
I can stream them. I go to websites where you can stream anime. I know where to find it, but it's
what? ARG?
What? ARG? No, not really ARG. Not really. You're not downloading them. You're just streaming them.
He's learning.
Totally different.
I am not
different at all.
No different at all.
I'm not taking them with me.
Give me my delusions of innocence.
Sir, officer, I didn't take them with me. I just put them back when I was done.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't take them home. I just wore them for a few hours.
I was reading them in the store, but I didn't take them home with me.
No, Zoids was cool though. It is a bummer that they don't sell it anywhere. It just like fell by the wayside. I used to have like the models and everything too that I put together.
Oh, dude, I had Zoids back in the day.
Oh, did you really?
Oh yeah, dude, Zoids were freaking cool.
Dude, those were my Legos for a long time. Like I love putting them together and everything.
I think Zach.
I had a nice
Zach, I
little
think he's being
collection.
sarcastic. I'm not sure.
No,
I
I
did.
think that's genuine.
Okay.
I'm honestly
genuine
surprised that
action.
Zach did because Zoids were like 80s.
Yeah,
Well, no.
they sold them at Toys R. Well, back when we had Toys R Us, I was getting them in like the early 2000s.
Oh,
I found a few on like Amazon. I had a nice little collection though. I had like the Shadow Fox and the Gun Sniper. The biggest one I think I had, it was like this giant Triceratops looking one with like 20 something guns on its back.
the only Zoids I know is the ones that came out in the 2000s. The anime.
Well, there were several Zoids animes that came out. There was Zoids Chaotic Century, which was okay. New Century Zero, which was my favorite, which had like the different teams of Zoids that would fight like these gladiator style competitions. That was my favorite one. And then after that, there was a third series that I didn't really get into because it wasn't a continuation of New Century Zero, so I wasn't really interested. But yeah, Zoids was cool, I thought.
Yeah, Zoids, 1999. Yeah, there's Chaotic Century, and there,
Yeah.
I don't remember it being the 80s though. That was more like
The 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been Voltron. My poor Voltron.
No, I had Zoids.
They had Zoids in the 80s?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's when I had them. Dude, in the 2000s, I would have been I would have been in my 30s. I would.
Hang on. I'm not
no, there was.
I had them as a little kid.
So there was Mecha Boneka. It was a predecessor to Zoids, released in 1982. Technically not a Zoids line, but it was counted by such collectors as consisted 3 models that would later be released in the first 3 Zoids: Garius, Elephantus, and Glidor. The line wasn't very successful, and it was quickly dropped by Tommy. Yeah.
Original American release, though. Yeah, it was originally released in 82.
Yeah.
I did not know they were around for that long.
Yeah.
Radio Shack had them. That's awesome.
Yes. The Mammoth Zoid.
Actually, there was a really cool Zoid called the Elephander that I loved because I like elephants.
Yeah, but the cart. See, I didn't know anything about the toys, but the anime didn't drop to 1999.
Yeah, the anime.
I don't know what the later ones were, but the ones I had in the 80s, they were like wind up, and they were like little motorized. It's like
those kind of got Zoids.
You would have like
95.
there was like a little motorized body center, and then you would add the pieces onto it.
Yeah,
to the direction.
And it had these little tiny little like super tiny little pilots that went in.
Little bitty pilots that went. Yep. I would lose those things so easily.
So it was basically Kenner got to acquire the rights from they did their own Technozoids in 95-96. There's no backstory, no factions. They're all the same.
Yeah, New Century was the first Zoid series here in America.
Everybody who released these toys, they were all commercial failures and discontinued.
That is such a shame.
This kept being sold, and then
it's possible that the ones I had were import.
Maybe.
Because they weren't like, it wasn't like Zoids were big.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, like a Kenner Hasbro property. They were, but I remember going to like, you'd have to get them at like the nice toy stores.
Yeah.
So Hasbro actually acquired it too. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that's like everybody who's based there's been like 13 different like versions of toilets come out and immediately were canceled because they were just poor sales. Now the anime though, different story. The anime was freaking awesome.
Yeah, I never saw an anime.
Oh, 2000. Yeah, it's called the.
Yeah, there's like 5 different series. I only saw 2 of them, but.
Zoid Chaotic Century I believe, was the first one, right?
Yeah, that's the first one. That was okay. I saw it.
That was 1999 to 2000. It only lasted for 1 season.
Yeah.
67 episodes though.
Yeah, a lot of episodes.
Is that the one with the Liger? Or is it the next one?
No, that's New Century Zero is the one with the Liger.
New Century one is my favorite one.
That's the better one. Yeah, that's the one I really like. Where they do like the gladiator style competitions.
Good night, old man. Thank you for staying here with us.
I'm kind of surprised he stayed with us as long as he did.
If you had
Oh.
if you had 4 hours and 23 minutes till Eric went to bed, you won. On that note, I mean, we've been going over 4.5 hours almost.
Good Lord, has it been? Oh my gosh.
It's been an hour for you.
I've been with y'all for like 2 hours, it feels like. Didn't I get on at like 10:30?
Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
Like 12:30 now. Good
Somebody
Lord.
rewind and check. But with that being said, we probably should end it here. I mean, we basically did 2 streams as one.
Yeah, I gotta watch the final episode of the Terminal List.
Oh, you're on the final. You're on the finale already.
Yeah, I watched 4 episodes last night. That was like 4 in the morning. I was like, I gotta go to bed so I can get up.
Yeah, I've been
Uh,
there. I had to watch the new episode of the Orville come out today. I think.
Terminal List is so good.
I know. I'm waiting. As soon as I'm out of this wedding on Saturday, I'm gonna finish.
You know what's funny? I watch it, dude. Chris Pratt looks just like you, like because he does his hair different in this. He doesn't have his normal Chris Pratt haircut.
Yeah.
And he styles it like yours, like he parts it from the side. And I'm like, dude, every time I was watching the show, I'm like, it's Zach.
Okay,
Zach the Navy
so
SEAL.
for me, that's actually really cool because I have been compared to like people that are not Chris Pratt. Like back when I was like clean shaven, people used to tell me I was like a brunette version of Ellen DeGeneres.
I thought you were Nick Schwartz.
Who?
Now, to be fair, Zach, I did go, why did they make Chris Pratt look all dorky?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sure. Chris Pratt looks dorky. The Navy SEAL.
No,
Who's
he does. Like they make when he looks normal, like and he parts his hair from the side and stuff. You're gonna be like, this is not how I'm used to Chris Pratt.
So
Yeah,
you want
I
to know?
can see
You want to know who was? You remind me of Nick Swartzman. That's what his name. Swartzman.
Schwartzman.
He's-
That name sounds familiar.
He was in Benchwarmers, Grown Ups 2.
I
He was
didn't
in,
see either of those movies.
You ever see Grandma's Boy?
No. Nick Schwartzman?
Yeah, Swartzson.
Schwartzson. God, dog it. How do you even spell that? I'm just gonna
SWARDSON.
Oh, hang on, I got it. Google told me. Really? This is who you think I look like?
Sometimes they're jokes.
That's like no. I'm gonna stick with Ash's. Sounds much better. I'll take Chris Pratt. I'll take looking like Chris Pratt.
No, I'm telling you, man, there's times where they like he does his hair is like yours, and I'm like, holy shit, he looks totally different.
I mean, Zach does have a nice toupee.
Well, I wasn't
move
gonna
on.
go there.
See how it doesn't move? It's just
I really want to see the new trailer for Guardians 3. I hate them for keeping it offline. It's supposed to be really, really good.
and young Danny DeVito.
I don't even know what you look like. I can't even come back at you with a thing, with a retort.
Well, we don't know if he's a guy or a girl. We don't know who that is.
What is a girl?
Rhaegar is a computer AI.
Rhaegar was asking for a long time in his username. What is a woman?
Apparently, he found the answer.
Now he's asking what a recession is.
Recession is there's a meme going around where somebody was actually like a woman through a water balcony, and then look to the right, there's like a forest fire. It just says America, Joe Biden putting out for recession.
Sounds about right.
All right.
Oh my gosh, I need to stop commenting on these Twitter threads because then it's like 12 hours later and I have 30 notifications from these people that are commenting on it and arguing on it. I was like, oh my gosh.
What you gotta do is you comment on it and then immediately mute that thread.
Mute conversation. See, but I don't like doing that in case they try to talk back and then they're like, oh, big tough guy didn't respond to my.
Well, you won't know. That's the thing. You'll
That's
just
true.
move along.
Yeah.
I understand though. I get sucked into those sometimes too, and I'm just like,
So Tim Sheridan, the genius that wrote Teen Titans Academy, he came out today. He didn't come out. Maybe he is. I don't know. Oh, he deleted his. Oh no, he didn't delete it. He limited the tweets. Oh, and
I
I've been
hate when
blocked.
people do that. It's so
I've
cowardly.
been blocked by him. I'm blocked by Tim Sheridan. What a pansy. No, he basically came out and said, people who complain about retconning characters as gay or bi, like, oh, well, we'll try to create new characters, and then nobody pays attention to the new characters. So it's just
Yeah, I
like,
responded to that one too.
yeah. So I was like, so create better characters. Like, that still doesn't give you license to go ahead and retcon an existing character just because no one liked your crappy new one. Like, do better. Give us a reason to care for one that isn't an orientation or a race.
Yeah, I responded to him something like, I was like, Stan Lee created tons of characters and a lot of them failed, but he didn't cry about it.
Yeah,
He just went and made more.
exactly.
Like you think like you make an original character and you're like owed all this like fandom, and that's like that's not how it works. Like you have to succeed on your merit. Make a character and make it great. Make people like not be able to resist.
Make people care about. I'm sorry. Even if you are pandering to a specific demographic of people, just making a character be part of that demographic is not enough to make your character interesting.
All right. So, with that being said, any closing arguments?
Tim Sheridan is a pansy.
Imagine if J.K. Rowling would be like, make new characters, and then it's like,
well,
all these
she also
retconned.
She also retconned Dumbledore into being gay, and all the people that praised her for it now hate her because.
All right.
Anyway, I'm sorry.
Skippy, you got anything you want to plug tonight? We'll go back to him. We'll skip back.
Oh no, there he is. There
he is.
No, not really. Yeah, just if y'all want to go see an overview of the Ice Cream Man Sunday Edition Deluxe hardcover, oversized hardcover, and you can check out my channel. Otherwise, just keep tuning into Geeky Puppet Show.
All right, and your channel is called Skipintosh.
It is.
All right. SKIPNTOSH. All right. Ash, do you have anything you want to plug? Do you have Ash Wednesday video coming out this week?
Nope.
Oh, what the heck? We'll catch you next week then.
But I do want to remind people, see Terminal List if it all sounds interesting, and also The Gray Man on Netflix was very enjoyable as well.
All right. Zach, you got anything you want to plug?
Do I have anything I want to plug? I don't know. I'm already on I do enough plugging and shilling for the Geeky Puppet Show as it is. If y'all don't know by now. I mean, no. What, do we have a reading tomorrow?
There should be a reading tomorrow unless you, for some reason, can't make it tomorrow.
No, I should be here.
Maybe,
the wedding's not till Saturday.
It just seems like you and Puppetine always like to schedule your days off together.
I'm sorry. There's no coincidence going on.
Tomorrow is technically today because it's after midnight is Engletine from I Love Comics. It's his birthday. July 29th.
Yeah, happy birthday, Engletine.
Of course, check out I Love Comics. Go and then maybe we'll have a wake for him because he's now over the hill.
You have wakes when they're dead. You don't have. Never mind.
Remembering his youth, okay?
Remember his youth. I mean, come on. By the time I knew him, he was well past his youth.
Definitely tomorrow night there should be a reading, and then we may do something on his channel. Not sure. But subscribe to I Love Comics. Subscribe to Ash on Comics. Subscribe to Skipintosh. And if you're not already subscribed here, please ask that you do subscribe here and click like. Also, if you want to support our channel, we do have a Kofi pen. It's going across the screen right there. And yeah, if you want to, $1, or if you don't want to, that's cool too. Leave a comment down.
And leave a thumbs down if you want.
True.
If you don't like my takes.
If you don't like our content, you can also leave horrible comments down below. Whatever helps with the channel with algorithm.
Insult RDV all you want to.
You know,
if you want to insult me, you can.
Angle Team will not be 98. I think he's 52 now. But don't quote me on that.
He might be 50. I feel like
No, he's already at 50.
he's already at 50.
Either 51 or 52, but
Yeah.
Thank you to Skip for jumping on the show. Thank you to Ash for coming on here as well. We also have Brain, who was on here, who has just went to bed, was on the show. Zach, thank you for showing up for 3 hours late. And
I showed up, didn't I? Listen,
and to all of those,
better late than never.
to all the people that make this channel what it is, me, thank you, me. Huh? I'm just kidding. No, thank you to Rhaegar for sticking with us, for trolling us the best you can. And Melania still being here. Eloise, thank you for watching, even though you want to go to bed.
I know, Eloise.
I can only imagine the nightmares you're going to have watching us for 4 hours.
I say, what are you doing to give her nightmares? We're just talking.
Oh, I let you on.
What are you doing?
Well, we got Death to the right of me, and I got Stupid above me.
That's
Deadly combination.
That's rude.
Which one, the Death or the right or the Stupid?
I'll say both.
Okay.
Rhaegar, that's funny. Do you actually know somebody that was suspended from Twitter for calling somebody a pansy? Because that literally happened to me.
He is talking about
Dude, I've
you.
been suspended for Twitter for less.
Oh, is he talking about me? Oh.
Because the fact you know somebody else that particularly worded it, it sounds exactly like you.
It does sound.
The odds of anybody else calling somebody else a pansy on Twitter.
And getting suspended for it. Yeah, it does. That does seem. Yeah. Now that I think it out loud. Wait, it was him? Wait, no, it wasn't. Now he's pulling my leg. Because I literally, my first account was put on permanent suspension because I called somebody a pansy.
And also, if you want a monkeypox movie, check out Outbreak.
Or Planet of the Apes.
Remember, kids, when you're gonna talk trash on Twitter, make your comments not targeted. Like apparently that's one of the things that they get you is like, it's targeted harassment. So you got to just be like, speak in generalities.
Yes.
Yeah, and
like, you make pansies look delightful.
You're not a pansy, but there are lots of people who are pansies.
And you're not a pansy.
No, don't even use the word pansy. Just post a picture of a pansy.
You're not a pansy, but you post a lot of similar characteristics.
Literally, all you gotta do is post a picture of the flower, the pansy flower.
Yeah, I'm not calling you a pansy, but...
All right, so we're going on for another 40 minutes here. All right.
Well, we're actually talking about weeds
can
now.
We go?
You've been in the weeds for so long. Now we're actually talking about weeds.
I told you we smoked them when we got them. We don't got them anymore. We're gone. All right, good night, kids.
Go.
Power Rangers.
Get out of here. Get